Yeah, yo, y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is. It's Hot Mic Friday. What up to the Shark Tank? What up to all my people out there on the back street? Let me give my shout outs right quick to my main man. All-time supporter, y'all know him. The one and only Mr. Dickie Foster in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man. Mr. William McNeil in the house. What up, fam? Nation's best kennel. I see you, fam. Yo, salute to my man, Mr. Derry Lockett. What up, fam? The Swamp Nest Monster, a.k.a. Melee in the house. What up, fam? Yo, big shout out to my main peoples. Elevated Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, K-Wolf. I see you, fam. Fresh. What up, fam? Big shout out to my main man, Mr. Ron King in the house. What up, fam? Oh man. What up, fam? Big shout out to my main man, Mr. Double M Despos in the house. Y'all bite down and hit that like button. Bite down and hit that like button. Want to give a big shout out to Born the Bulldog in the house. Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. Again, big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done so. You know? Y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is. Hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. What up? God dang, it's hot my Friday. And man, it is cold as hell here in Florida. Big shout out to everybody for showing up. Big shout out to the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back streets. Y'all know what time it is. This is going to be one of them crazy nights tonight, y'all. I'm just let y'all know now. We're going to be talking about straight destroyers, a.k.a. killers. You know what I mean? Not every bloodline, it's not too often that you're going to find specific bloodlines that just naturally produce stone killers. You might have a dog here and there, but a bloodline full of them, it's hard to find them. You know, speaking of Chinaman, Molly B, you know, them ones who could get in there and put you to sleep. Dogs like Luther. So, really, how many did Luther win? 9. And only one survived. 9 and only one survived, and he jumped the wall. So just think about who else did he produce that could do what he did, other than what? Dolomite. Yeah, Dolomite. That was one. Who was Duke off of? He was in that line. Yeah, because Duke, grand champion Duke, the one to beat 9-time winner Robert T. He was a killer. But other than that, it's hard to find a consistent bloodline of stone killers. But before, I'm going to let Mo get into that part. But I'm going to get into this other situation I wanted to talk about. You know, I want to first give a big shout out again to South Bottom Kennels and their show. Great show. I mean, big shout out to all the guys that participated, because that's what we need more of. You need more of that type of participation to make that thing, you know, blow up to where it's almost like something you look forward to. To me, it's just too much time in between. I know they got the ADBA shows, but then to me, the ADBA shows, y'all know, over the years, it always seemed a little biased. You know what I mean? Their judging was somewhat biased, and that's what kind of turned a lot of people off. But now that you got more, you know, diversity coming in, I just hope that part changes. You know what I'm saying? But you need to get more people involved in it, and then get the standard part right. Remember, it's the standard part that kind of takes me for a whirl, because these dogs don't have a certain standard to go by. Like, I was watching one of the videos, and I seen some people speak on, you know, you had 2 of the bulldogs, they was at each other, and then you had the one that was like in between them, and then she was looking like this and then looking like that, and then she wasn't really concerned about what the other ones was doing. And I heard people commenting that, you know, that didn't look right for them. And I couldn't really, the dog looked great, but is, you know, do we consider that rah, rah, rah as one of the standards, you know, to your judging process? Because all that rah, 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 to me, it shouldn't be any different and looked at any different than the dog that was walking around doing nothing, you know, wasn't fazed by that. Remember, I told y'all about Pandy. Remember, Pandy didn't come out of the corner. So, what? She's supposed to be some kind of bullshit dog? I mean, she's not supposed to be, she's not a bulldog. Wait a minute. She's retired, a 4-time winner, because wouldn't nobody go into her, and she was open to the world. So what, she didn't scratch? Fact is, if you bit her, that was the last bite you was ever going to put on another dog. So, I'm trying to understand, okay, all right, if we're going to have confirmation shows, let's just keep it on the confirmation part of the game, because confirmation is something that you can see. I think when you start bringing attitude in, you got a problem, because all that rah, rah, rah don't make you a badass bulldog. For us, it never has, and I think it never should, simply because attitude shouldn't determine anything when it comes down to a confirmation show. You're looking at the body. You're looking at the build. You're looking at the dog. Attitude shouldn't make a difference. That's why I bring up dogs like champion 4-time winner Pandy. The fact is, she never came out of the corner. But we already know what happens if you put your mouth on it. That would be the last time you put your mouth on anything else. So when I see those type of conversation and seeing how people was knocking that dog that wasn't doing nothing, you know, just kind of and beautiful built dog, beautiful looking dog, but ready to put that dog down because it didn't act like the other two that was rah 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 rah. I think that part of the attitude shouldn't matter if you're talking about standards in the confirmation show. Because, I mean, to everybody else, they're supposed to act like that, rah, rah, rah. Are they really? Because that rah, rah doesn't necessarily mean anything. That's my point. If you take that rah, rah and just keep it what it is, just a bunch of rah, 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 you know, and you take that back out of it and start just looking at the dogs, I think it's more fair, because you're stepping into a new realm with these dogs. You don't want some people who have these dogs who are trying to convert to having these dogs do and be different things. You're guard training them. If you're guard training a dog, I mean, especially a pit bull, you have to break that pit bull from being animal aggressive, or you're just not going to be able to take it to the dog park. I mean, because in the past, these were game American Pit Bull Terriers. They had a different type of purpose. When you change the purpose, you're going to have to change the attitude of the dog. And it's not fair to all of a sudden start judging off of attitude because of the way a dog is acting, when there's so much more going into these dogs when we're changing their purpose. Y'all understand where I'm coming from, because that's just common sense. You're going to take a pit bull and you're going to train it to bite people. You're going to have to train it not to be animal aggressive. Can you train a pit bull not to be animal aggressive? Yes. Actually, there's ways of breeding that part out of them. We used to think you could breed out the man biter part. Well, we all know any dog will bite under a certain situation. But it's hard to get a trained dog to bite a human being, unless it's trained to bite a human being. And then you want to make sure you got him trained to do it on command. So keeping, you know, I talked about this a couple shows ago about, you know, setting the standards. And I just thought it was funny to see how people looked at the dog that just walked while everybody else was doing the craziness, how it just walked and maintained like it was not fazed by what was going on. I didn't see it ducking or trying to hide. I seen it just being a normal dog that wasn't animal aggressive, but it looked good. So trying to understand, does it depend on the judges? Should the attitude be determined in the judging in the now? I don't think it should be. I've been to a couple dog shows and I've seen a couple dogs act like that. You know, wasn't really concerned about all the other things that was going around. And if you've been to a dog show, and I think the one I went to at times, there's a lot of people there. I seen dogs that were so hyped up that they were tired. They ran hot. They was out in that hot sun. They got all worked up. Now you got people pouring water on them, you know, trying to get them to chill out. And then when it come time for them to, you know, their time to come to the ring, they be back to just normal acting pit bulls. All that aggression, it's all gone now. You got the big old ring there, and you don't see none of that back and forth. You know, you see more than one dog really just chilling out because they're tired at that point. You know, I've seen some guys trying to get them to stand up because they've been so tired and so worked up that they tired, they want to lay down. See, they weren't built, they wasn't worked to be out there exerting themselves as, you know, what we were doing in the day where we were building them up to be able to take on that extreme circumstances that they were put under. That part is going to change as these dogs change based on the purpose. So I say that because I'm not a fan of being a hypocrite. You know, being a person who raised dogs, have raised different type of dogs. You'd be amazed at what you can train any dog to do and what you want it to be. You know, we have guard dogs that won't chase a cat, won't bite a human being unless they're told to, but look good. You know, how do you get to that point? You train them to get to that point. Because when you're doing a breeding program, when we're breeding for these dogs, there's certain things that we're trying to maintain. You know, our Malinois puppies, out of all 12 of them, they're hot as hell. Not any and everybody can have those dogs because they're aggressive, human aggressive, dog aggressive. You have to train that down where you have complete control over that dog's action. Does that make that Malinois a punk because he see a dog and he ain't acting crazy? Does that make him a punk because he's sitting there? While you stomping your feet, jumping up and down, and he's just sitting there? Well, I can turn him on and change your mind real quick by just one word. Total change in the dog. And we'll truly tell you, I cut him loose, and you can see how well you can fend yourself against this, what you thought was a peaceful ass punk. You know, that's part of a training process, people. I mean, you know, I'm not dumb. Don't dumb yourself down to thinking that these dogs can't be trained to be passive, because they have to be. You know what I'm saying? We weren't walking around trying to bring box dogs to shows. Everybody wasn't into that. But for the ones who got into that, can you imagine Mayday at a dog show? He won. He was the grand champion in the show world. And again, I always thought because that's the great Mayday. Who's not going to vote for Mayday because he is exemplary of the American Pit Bull Terrier? Why? Because they judged him on his box work, which gave him the ups when it came to conformation. Yeah, he's a good looking dog. But even he, they understood what type of dog he was, and as big as he was, look at him. Imagine trying to be in a conformation show with all them dogs around and he walking around at everything moving. No, no, that's not how that worked. Because he was one of them type of dogs. He see one, he gonna clown. Can't let have him out there too long because again, that's a whole lot of monster you trying to maintain. But it was a beautiful dog. So trying to understand the difference between the two. If Mayday was one that would just stand there and just be looking, I don't think it would have hurt his credibility at all because he had already had a name. So when he was all tired out and he was standing there just being Mayday, he wasn't losing any points, y'all. He didn't lose any points because he still became a grand champion. I mean, he had to win a couple shows to be able to be, to be put in that category in the show world. And he was not that crazy ass beast that y'all seen all that rah, rah, rah. Can you imagine trying to maintain a big monster like that? And being these dogs, the main dogs, they will bite your ass. Ain't nobody walking up, putting your hands. Once they get geared up, everything is off limits. For us box people, we all know, hell, you had to be careful when they got in that state of mind because they don't see nothing but red. They'll turn around and bite you if you ain't handling them properly. You know how many people I done seen get bit by their own dog? We had to break the dog off the owner. Got to be careful where you put your hands at. These things happen. But that's a different type of world. So y'all are trying to be in a whole new world based on a different purpose. There's certain things that if you're trying to leave it behind, leave it behind. You shouldn't be graded on that because you're leaving that behind. Attitude should never be a part of that in a confirmation show. That's all I'm saying. Because I think it's totally unfair. Especially a good dog that's been trained, they're going to act like that. You know what I'm saying? But if you think that looks good by true reality, that's baiting. By what the law states, that's baiting. Remember, that's what my brother got found guilty of. The same thing that y'all seen on that South Bottom show and what y'all talking about, what y'all seen and what they were commenting on, by law, that is what is considered baiting. Now, the law did change a little bit because it threw the training part in there. But back in our time when he got charged, that training part wasn't in there. So there's a difference. At the time that we was dealing with it in his court case, that baiting wasn't acceptable. Even though they was doing it all in the videos. Remember the DMX video? They had two of them up there just rah, 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 rah. You know what I mean? And that's all that they had actually on the video. And actually, the other dog wasn't even acting like that. And that was the sole purpose of Mo doing the video because the dog that was in the video was an aggressive dog. Very aggressive. And Mo was trying to state that if you work this dog won't be that aggressive. And he was proving the point. This is what it started out before the work. This is what he acting like after the work. Totally different dog. But by law, at that point in time, they looked at baiting as dogs going like this. The thing was, based on that issue right there, is why he didn't get the dogfighting charges, because if he was a dog fighter in their eyes, he had every chance to turn them dogs loose, and he never did. And that's what kind of killed that situation, because if he's a dog fighter and the video was supposed to be all that bad, then that was a chance, and you don't have no evidence to show that he was a dog fighter. But the baiting was what y'all see on the video, is what that was considered prior to the law change. And it didn't really change that much. Baiting is more acceptable, but they put it more like in a training manner. So yeah, that's a big difference compared to, why you see at the dog shows, them, rah, 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 rah. It's a dog show, you're gonna see that. You don't see that at the Westminster. No, you got a ring full of dogs walking around there. You even have pit bulls there. I mean, there was a pit bull who actually won it. You didn't see him being animal aggressive. You seen him standing in the ring just like everyone else. Now, because he was being like that, because Mayday was being like that, does that make them less than a real pit bull? No, it was just a different purpose at the time. So I just wanted to clear that up because I don't want people to become hypocrites and start judging these dogs like they're all supposed to be rah, 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 rah. You're going to see less of that rah, rah, rah and more dogs acting like the one dog that kind of just didn't pay no attention to what was going on. Because there's going to be some changing, especially if you're breeding for show dogs. There's going to be changes in these dogs. Remember, we always said, all based on the purpose. We had a different purpose on how we judge dogs compared to what you guys are trying to do now, and y'all should take that and accept that change for what you're doing now. Yeah, you might laugh at us when we be like joking about the American Pit Bull, versus the American Pit Bull. Well, there's a good example because that's a pit bull. To be able to show that dog even in Westminster. I mean, imagine you trying to take a pit bull acting like that in Westminster. They're going to kick you right out of get out of the ring. He's too aggressive. And then some shows will do that. It's too aggressive. Get him out the ring. No control. So, times they was baiting it. Yeah, they was running them up on each other and everything. Nobody cutting them loose, but hey, that's still baiting. But depending on the show, some people allow it. I don't know how long that's going to last, considering, how the courts is, you know what I'm saying? You just don't know. Well, that was a dog show. Dogs get like that. Well, that's not true. Because if you go to Westminster and some of them other big dog shows that they be having on that side of what a confirmation or a dog show's supposed to be, you don't really see aggressive dogs, fellas. Remember, that's the line that's where y'all trying to go with this. If you don't want to be a Westminster and you're just strictly dealing with pit bulls, then why should attitude matter? Attitude should not matter. It's a confirmation show. So don't fool yourself. Because all that rah, rah, rah don't mean shit. Y'all seen them videos where you see a dog on the other side of the fence? One on this side, one on that side, and they going at it, right. As soon as you open the fence, they standing up there. Close the fence back, they back there, rah, 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 rah. Come on now. What that should tell you. Attitude should never have anything to do with nothing. And to try to judge a dog based on the way it acts in a confirmation show, to me, is BS. Because how are y'all teaching the younger generation is trying to do something different and trying to keep them pumped up on that part? Come on now. That, even for me, that don't make sense. And we train dogs. The comments and the things I was listening to being said, I'm just like, oh boy, they got a long way to go. Because, when you start judging them on how they act, and no, you give me them rah, rah, rahs, and you let me put them back over here. Let's change the purpose and see how much that rah, rah, rah matter. Over here, that don't mean nothing. The same way all that don't mean nothing over here, back in our time, it shouldn't matter over here in your time. That's all I'm saying. All that rah-rah is no different than that dog that was walking around there, wasn't paying no attention to none of that. It could be just as good as the ones who were sitting up there rah-rah-rah. So feel me what I'm saying, hear me where I'm coming from. That dog won.
No, I said the dogs that was rah rah rah, the ones they did pick.
Oh yeah, of course, when you judge them based on the way their attitude, you think that's what a bulldog's supposed to be because it's doing that. I'm not a fan of that because all that rah rah rah, and because he looked good, no, because it's probably a piece of shit. Probably quit in 5-10 minutes. It's not that. That's just like I said, the one that's on the side of the fence. They all that until you open up the fence. Yeah, they all that until you let them go. I'm from that world. This is the world that y'all be knocking. You know what I'm saying? That's the used to be world. That's what it was in the past. Now I guess the determination of I got a badass dog now is all behind the rah 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 at a confirmation show. When really that shouldn't have nothing to do with what a real bulldog. A real bulldog from my world is only going to be justified based on his performance. And his performance is always going to be based on his purpose. And his purpose was to be able to be boxed. That is not your purpose these days. So why should that standard even matter? That rah, rah, rah didn't mean nothing back then and shouldn't mean shit now. That's all I'm wanted to say about that situation. Because I just think it's being hypocritical when you try to bring that type of attitude and then in the same token, sitting up here knocking and trying to convince people that these are different dogs. That's just like, you know what I mean? It's supposed to be a game-ass dog. I mean, I'm wondering how that's being determined. Fur pole? Is the fur pole just making him game? I mean, I'm just wondering how long he gonna run that fur pole. Well, I'm pretty sure enough of y'all done flirt pole the dog long enough where they be so tired they just looking at you swinging the damn pole. They waiting for you to bring it closer. You can even bring it closer and all they got to do is jump at it one more last time and all of a sudden they gonna stand there and just be waiting. Ain't no more running around. They just standing there waiting for it to come by them. And then they make a room and then all of a sudden they back to just standing there. That's common sense, gentlemen. Common sense states that if you tire a dog out enough, all of that is not going to matter. Why you think conditioning was so important in our time? Y'all not conditioning these dogs like we were conditioning these dogs. You shouldn't be. Why would you? Do you see what a real match dog looked like? You see how well tucked and muscular them dogs is? You don't see these Luferignos walking around. They wouldn't survive. Totally two different purposes. So if you ain't conditioning for that purpose, understandably, I can understand why you can see a dog running around on the fur pole and tire out and just stop running after the fur pole. That don't make the dog a cur. Dog wasn't conditioned to be out there running all day on it. You see a dog hanging from a spring, the spring pole on the thing, just shaking it and hanging in there. That's determination. But let's put reality in there. How much work does it actually take a dog to stand there and just keep yanking on a spring pole before it gets down? You think you can find one that'll stay up there 3 hours? Because first of all, remember, there's a whole lot involved in the purpose. The spring pole ain't biting them back. The spring pole is just hanging there. It's just something to just hang on and pretty soon you're just going to see them hanging there and then they're going to hang there long enough. I didn't see them hang there so long that they be sleeping there holding it. That we've had some that just be up there, be so into it, the eyes be closed and they still hanging there. Hour 30 still hanging there. And still got to go break them off of there. But the flirt pole ain't meant to give them no the stress out their endurance. Our flirt poles were only just high enough to where their feet was that close to the ground that when they pulled it down and can put their 4 feet down that they could pull that hide and bring the tension out on that spring and keep that spring from snatching them back. We working muscles at this time, not just their jaws. We working muscles. We want them to stretch that spring and hold it. And of course, when that spring, when they lose that hold, or that spring gonna boom and it's gone, and they're gonna be running back in there and they're gonna jump on it again. But how many of y'all can sit here and tell me that he can hold that spring for 2 hours, 3 hours? Remember, the spring ain't doing nothing but just being a spring. So these things here, I can get with all the new ways of everybody trying to be right by it. But quit kicking what the past has given you when it comes to these dogs. I'm trying to give you a reality check. You know what I mean? While I'm out thinking about it, I want to give a big shout out to my man Johnny Rocket. I don't have my phone, but he was the last name I seen over there before I sat down. But I'm gonna be picking up everybody else when I get off of here, when Mo get on here to finish giving out my shout outs. But I don't want to hold y'all here too long. I just wanted to get that out there simply because I just felt that, you know, it needed to be said. That's all. It's on you, Mo. What's up, everybody? What's up? Thanks for coming out here. Yeah, just to reiterate on that, I think that was a good point. You know, and I think it should be looked at a little closer, even when it comes to the judging. You know what I'm saying? Even when it comes to the judging. Dogs and confirmation shows, you know, I heard one of the comments were that none of the dogs looked like they went through a keep. You know, well, it's not for, you go through a keep for a reason. Now, if you're going to go through a keep to bring them to a dog show, you know what I'm saying, to get that keep look, will you be judged fairly? You know, or will the other dogs that didn't put the people who put their dogs through, that didn't put their dog through a match keep, be judged different than the guy who's putting his dog through a match keep? What's the standards here? You know, ADBA got their way of doing things. I know when I seen Tom's dog, they was up. You know, to me it seemed like the winners was the ones who was stretching the chain. You know, stretching out. You know, boasting up, getting them. You know, they seeing their aggression, they seeing their muscles all bulging and shit. And it seemed like that drew more attention to the judges than the actual confirmation itself. You know, I've seen some real nice dogs in the South Bottom. You know, and was kind of wondering, you know, I'm noticing that the ones who was getting the little things was the ones that was doing all the rah. Should that matter now? You know, and what do it mean because they doing that? It shouldn't even matter because what does it mean? What that got to do with a confirmation? You know? So, I think he made a good point. That was a good topic, man. You know? For real. Now, I don't want to talk about lines of dogs. I wouldn't even say lines of dogs. It's more on, I think it would be more on the flavor of, you know, great lines of dogs that were just known to produce killers. I ain't gonna call them killers. You know, I'm gonna call them destroyers. You know what I'm saying? Destroyers. Dogs that can get in there back in the day
and just, you know, if you can last 30 minutes with him, you know what I'm saying, you did good. You did good. You lost, but you did good. You know, if you got one in there that can get in there and hang in there with a destroyer for an hour, you did good. But I'm talking about them real destroyers. Give it down. What you are, who you are. You come in there, you meet a destroyer. Good as you may have been, you don't look good on a destroyer. You know, they had those type of dogs. Again, Pandy was the perfect one. Now, Pandy, she looked it good in Keith. She looked it good. Now, imagine Pandy at a dog show. Just really imagine Pandy at a dog show. Could she win? If you didn't tell nobody that she was four-time winner Pandy who was open to the world, and you just graded her on how she looked, and she just standing there looking at everybody running around looking like they ready to chop some heads off, and she's just looking around, and sometimes, you know, the way she looked when she coming in, you know, shaking and shit. So, hey, you know, could she win a dog show if you took everything about her, the great Pandy, and just took that out of the equation? Now she's just there to look pretty. Could she win a dog show without any rah-rah-rah? She had the body, she had the look, she had everything. But she would definitely be standing there looking. Like the one dog you was talking about. You know, the dog looked at real good. But she wasn't a bit worried about none of them other dogs. You know, didn't you see them other dogs getting all worked up? And it was like they was trying to impress the judges by the behavior. What did the behavior really do have to do with a dog show? It's doing confirmation. You know? Because just imagine if one of them dogs got loose and ran over there and snatched up Pandy or snatched up on Mayday or got too close. You know what I'm saying? Not as a confirmation show, you know, it's gonna be a problem. So I think, you know, that is definitely something that I think should be more of a conversation piece amongst the community that does confirmation shows. You know, I don't think the rah-rah-rah has anything to do with a dog in confirmation. I don't really think that because you come in a match dog's keep, you know what I'm saying, that you should feel like, you know, because this dog is not in a match dog keep, this dog shouldn't have beat you. You see what I'm saying? You come in looking like you ready to go for a match. They dog come in looking, you know, not too tight, you know what I'm saying, but looking good. You know, there's a balance there. And right now, I don't see the balance. The balance is not even yet, you know, because those is questions that, you know, me and Mike noticed and we talked about. You know, let's keep it for what it is. It's a confirmation. That's what it says. It's a confirmation. It didn't say confirmation. And one of the requirements of the confirmation is these dogs have to show the dogs of the past attitude. That shouldn't be a criteria. It shouldn't be a criteria in the judging. You know, you want to pump him up to get him to bulge up because they do bulge up. But it's still, the attitude shouldn't be measured. Nowhere in there. Boy, he was so high. He looked good when he stretched out there like that. And this is the reason why they win. Because that one little piece that you're adding into a criteria that should not be there. Okay? back to the killers. Well, I ain't gonna call it back to the killers. I'm gonna keep going on destroyers because the killing part it kind of makes it sound bad. You know, the word killer back in our day didn't necessarily mean they go in there and just kill you. Now when it come down to Luther and them, you know what I'm saying? And he went 7 straight matches, you know, and didn't nobody make it. Then you got some of these great dogs out there that then none of them survive. Every dog you put on him didn't make it. Yeah, like Jigger. You know, did nobody ever scratch back in the Jigger? Did nobody walk out of there with a dog? Everybody went home without a dog. Okay? Those are special dogs. Their abilities, you know what I'm saying, were that of destroying. I'm on it tonight talking about a line of them. You know, a line of them. We talk about BB Red, we talk about Banjo and those dogs like that, but did they really fit the criteria of destroyers? And what is a destroyer? Is a destroyer the dog that finishes everything in 30 or under? Do we have to be considered the destroyer if he can do it in under 30? Well, what about if he can do it under an hour? I mean, where is that? You know, where do we grade that at? I mean, even when it comes down into the quality. You know what I'm saying? You got quality dogs going into each other. You might not be able to destroy this dog in under 30. You might take a little longer. But, you know, my thing is, a destroyer, if it takes him an hour, you know, it's probably taking him an hour because he's on a good dog. You know, but if you can go in there and get on a good dog, like, you know, I would say Red Ace did Tommy Boy. Her 4 matches didn't go past 22 minutes, but it took Red Ace 5 minutes to finish her and wasn't trying to fight. You see what I'm saying? Those are destroyers. And I can go in there and say, well, guess what? In our line of dogs, we had a lot of destroyers. Mm-hmm.
Big shout out to my man, Oat Man. Oat Man got a question, Mo. He said, appearance, structure, and temperament. Are you saying that the title of a Pacific show should be changed, twin? If so, what would it be?
It's a confirmation show. What do temperament have to do with a confirmation show? Temperament. Why should that be a criteria? That's all. Temperament belongs back here with us. You know what I'm saying? Red Ace looked good over there in Puerto Rico, but her temperament wasn't anything. In that world, it cost her, a win. But on a show floor, a confirmation, what does temperament have to do with it? You know, that means my dog will lose if I look better than everybody else's dog, but my dog ain't, temperament is that of a calm dog that ain't trying to be aggressive to the other dogs. That means I can't win. I don't have a chance to win, all because my dog won't stretch out, won't be aggressive, won't lunge, and it just don't make no sense. You know, because because we are dealing with pit bulls, should it be any different than the dogs of like Westminster? You know what I'm saying? That's confirmation. You know, that's confirmation. What they're doing when it comes to temperament, it shouldn't be nothing to do with temperament. That's all I'm saying. It shouldn't have nothing to do with the dog's temperament, because a confirmation show has nothing. Temperament, how did that fit in with confirmation? You know, help me out if you want to step in and somebody want to step in and point that out. You know, we know the history, but y'all don't want to deal with the history now. I mean, you're constantly talking about the history, You know, we old, we this, we all that, we all that. Then stop acting like y'all trying to be that. Why would you need temperament then? That's what I'm saying.
I don't know what you would call it, old man.
Right. Really. What I'm trying to say is why should that even be a criteria? You know, because the little dog that really wasn't doing that, and she really did look better than most of the dogs out there. I mean, some of the dogs that kind of won. I mean, don't get mad at me for saying it, but she was just as good looking as the rest of them. Some of those winners. You know, but because she wasn't stretching out, and I noticed that about a couple of the winners that was winning, you know, they was having temperament, but that you shouldn't even, that should have been a part of the judging. And it makes me think, you know, I'm looking at that like, that doesn't look right, don't seem right. You don't want to get away from what we did, but you're trying to bring pieces of what we did into your world. And I don't think that's fair. Confirmation means confirmation. You want to test his ass, his temperament to bring his ass back in our time. Check his temperament. You don't call him game just because he's stretching all out in the damn ring of a confirmation show. And all of a sudden he has to be a winner and he's supposed to look like because his temperament was, and you know, that's a great example of a game dog. That's a bunch of bullshit. Get that game shit out of there. That game shit ain't got no business talked about in the confirmation world. Period. You don't know nothing about gamers. You want to know about gamers, take his ass out of there and bring it back over here. They ain't calling game. All that rah-rah and stretching out don't mean nothing. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you want to separate things, then y'all need to start separating. It shouldn't be no type of criteria on how a dog behaves when being judged. And I think the judges should be a little bit more fair and understanding of that too. You know? Why? I mean, most of these guys act like that was a requirement in the show. You know what I'm saying? They had their dogs acting like that. One guy seemed like he was embarrassed. Remember out there in the park when they was out there where the cars was? You know, everybody trying to fire their dog up, and this one dog just would not fire up. And old dude seemed like he was a little embarrassed about that. You know, his dog ain't on that. And his dog looked good too. And I'm pretty sure he probably went home with that attitude talking like that because I felt like that watching it. You know? He literally kind of removed his dog away from the area because of that. You know? Okay, anybody else? Anybody got any standpoints to bring up on that? I'm listening.
Yeah, let me go back to Okay, old man said temperament is a part of the breed standard, so that trait shouldn't be displayed. He says, so that trait shouldn't be displayed. Maybe it should be labeled breed standard show. No, it's called a confirmation show.
It's called a confirmation show. Ain't that what it's called? It's called a confirmation show. What the temperament got to do with confirmation? No, temperament works in our time. Temperament is judged in our world. You understand what I'm saying? Temperament don't what that supposed to mean because he's stretching out. That don't mean he gain. That don't mean he can win. So why should he be used? That should be used as a criteria in a confirmation show. You're not representing the pit bulls of the past. Don't fool yourself, because you're not. You're not. Not when you're going to talk about putting that and temperament together in a confirmation show and then be willing to be judged on that is bull. Because you're not representing the pit bulls of the past. Remember, y'all trying to get away from that past. And in that past, we carry temperament in a whole different level. Totally different level. You know what I'm saying? It's a totally different level. Temperament doesn't mean what y'all trying to make it over here. Temperament was why we call them American pit bulls. You know, that is a requirement in the American pit bull game dog world. You understand what I'm saying? It has no purpose in your world, but you ain't willing to cut that damn dog loose. Give a damn how that, I mean, because look, I'm looking at your shit. That all that rah, rah, rah. I'm looking like, man, I bet he a cur. You know what I'm saying? I'm betting he a cur. Why should I be calling him a cur? Why should I be questioning anything about the way he's hitting things and then looking at the dog that ain't doing nothing and say that dog cold? I bet you that dog is cold. And we had a confirmation show. Why should any of that matter? Right? When you start talking about temperament, I'm gonna be like, yeah, okay now. You ain't trying to, y'all trying to leave us back here, then leave it all back here when it comes to temperament, because temperament ain't got nothing to do with no confirmation. So temperament has everything to do with the American pit bull game dog. Y'all confirmation shows is not built on American pit bull game dogs, because your shit ain't proving nothing over there in that damn ring that he gained. Or that temperament is what? Puts him in a game category. A game is over here in my world. In temperament, you got to win. You got to pass the test. You got to show that you ain't a cur. That's what temperament meant back here in our time. Don't go shaving the damn shit off like you shaving it off to go over here and fit y'all time because y'all want to look good at the end of the chain. No, that ain't fair. Why y'all talking about us back here and want us to keep us back here? Guess what? We're going to be talking about y'all up here. Y'all look, it looks bad. It don't look fair. But y'all use that as a requirement. You know what I'm saying? Because it don't prove nothing. What's it proving? Really? It's not the standard of an American pit bull game dog, because you ain't proving it by just putting him on the chain and him barking and baiting up against another dog. You ain't proving nothing. You ain't showing us that he's game. You ain't showing us that he can win. That ain't none of that in your temperament in my world. So don't go shaving it off like you shaving off layers of a little bit of cheese and taking what you want up there and make it sound like, you know, because your dog is doing that and he look good, he's supposed to be a game dog and the example of what an American game dog is supposed to do and look like. That's bullshit. Okay, Mo, you got preach. You got preach, brother. You have big shout out to my man, Oat Man. He said, I got you, Mo. You know what, baby? You know, we should stand on that. Y'all should stand up on that for the guys who ain't bringing their dogs in like that. I seen kids out there handling them dogs. You know? They got kids out there handling them dogs. Them parents are letting those kids handle those dogs because they know that those dogs ain't going to do nothing out of control that kid can't control. That it just really don't seem like y'all need a whole new standard. You know, even in the ADBA at times, I've seen all that, and I noticed that at times how, you know, when we was doing that, they doing the confirmation show, how everybody was tying their damn dog, but it was so many, they were doing the dogs, and some of them dogs came in there, they was so tired, you know, and they trying to judge them. The more crazy the dog looks, that means that makes him a better chance to win. I've seen it at times. I didn't even understand it at his spot. Why they doing that? It's a representation of the American pit bull. No, the hell it ain't. No, the hell it ain't. The reputation of the American pit bull game dog, you cut his ass loose. And we find out when it's over. Okay? That's the representation of game dog. Not standing on the end of a damn leash, barking. like you want to get there. Shoot.
Cool Bean, I hope that answered your question. I think you came in late, fam.
Mm-hmm.
You came in late. I didn't want to pin up your comment because I didn't want Mo to start talking about it, but you came in late. That comment right there should fix that for you.
Right, it should. Because it's not, I mean, y'all should say that, y'all should feel that way too, especially for those who is literally doing confirmation. That is not, that should not be, remember y'all trying to do something different. And like I said, that's still baiting in the eyes of the law. They call that baiting. Yeah. That's exactly what I was doing. And my dog that I was baiting on, I had tired him out just to show the guy. He said his dog was animal aggressive. I put the waves on him, worked the shit out of him, had him tied his hair. Put a dog in front of me. He wasn't trying to do shit. Took the video to show the dude. Oh, your dog can sit on his ass. He ain't got to be tied. He don't have to be crazy like you think he is. Because he ain't crazy as you thought he was. Because look at him now. But I was found guilty of baiting. The very same thing I saw on that dog show, South Bottom, I wasn't doing that much between two dogs and got found guilty. No, I don't know why would they even consider that training even in confirmation. Why would you need to be baiting your dogs for a confirmation show? Because that's exactly what it is.
And Vernon, that's what I was saying in the very beginning of this show about even the ADBA and their standards. Remember, we had to talk about, we have to sit down and figure out what are the standards of an American Pit Bull Terrier nowadays?
Nowadays, not the old days. We're talking about nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Look, they got dogs in the Westminster. I mean, you got a pit bull who won it, and he didn't have to go through all that, and he represented the pit bull. He actually represented the pit bull. Did they call him American Staffordshire Terrier? He was American Pit Bull Terrier. Is there a difference between the two breeds? Yes. But did he really represent the American Pit Bull game dog? No, he did not. Because he wasn't doing no rah. You know, they couldn't cut him loose and he go out there and whoop one. So he did not represent the American game dog. We're not talking about game dogs anymore. You cannot use game dogs as a standard in a confirmation show today. I don't see how you can. What's the purpose? That's not game dog. That is not a game dog. Game dog has to be proven to be game. You ain't gonna prove it in no confirmation show. Right? You know, you want your dog to be animal aggressive in a confirmation show? That's what you're showing. That's what you're saying? Your dog has to be animal aggressive to win a confirmation show? Really? Then you just shaved off what a game dog really is. A game dog is a dog that can prove it. As a matter of fact, it's not even he can prove it, he has to prove it. Okay? So let's get the games out of that and keep it to where it's really supposed to be. Come up with better standards so these guys is running around here, you know, really trying to get into, you know, the dog shows. You know what I'm saying? I know that is just something that before I sign up to go get in a dog show, I would have to be having that conversation with the judging. I want to know how my dog gonna be judged. You know? Can't change the name. You can't be calling them game dogs. Ain't no game dog doing nothing in there but running around, walking the ring around a bunch of other dogs. They shouldn't have to do all that.
Hey, does somebody out there have the ADBA standards as far as judging?
Yeah.
Does anybody out there have the ADBA standards when it comes to judging of an American Pit Bull Terrier?
Let me look it up while we're doing that. Does it say anything in the standards that they have to be gained or hitting the confirmation standards, American Dog Breeders standards? Let's look at it together, y'all. It talks about the heritage. Here you go. The heritage. The heritage of the American Pit Bull Terrier confirmation standard. Says due to the improper use of the American Dog Breeders Association heritage, American Pit Bull Terrier confirmation standard being used as a breed identified as in proposed laws and ordinance. A breed standard use clause will now be part. Now, wonder what they talking about. Let's go see. ADBA, American Pit Bull Heritage Confirmation Standard, now includes an ideal condition show weight to be between 30 and 75 pounds. To truly understand any breed standard, one must know the history behind a breed's existence. The purpose of the judge is the unbiased selection of quality breeding stock with true breed type. Your responsibility of judging is to put up the dogs that conform most to the confirmation standard, leaving personal bias aside. Overall appearance, 20 points. Conforming to breed type. Should look like an American Pit Bull Terrier from across the ring. Sturdy, three-dimensional, giving the impression of strength, not slight or frail. Appears square with heavy boned, solid front end with a slight and springy back end. Should look athletic, not bulky. Muscular structure should be smooth but defined. Presentation of an adult dog should be a lean, exercised animal showing a hint of rib and backbone without hip bones showing, with muscles firm and defined. Clean, glossy coat with short trim nails. Presentation of dogs in the puppy classes should be a well-nourished puppy showing no ribs, backbone, or hips. Coat should be glossy with short trim nails.
Huh? Okay. One show. Yeah.
Okay. Balance. What's that? Angulation of the front and rear assembly. Judge best at the trot. Where they be trotting. Height to weight ratio. The tallest dog at a given weight. Head size in proportion to the body, with the neck long enough to have 2/3 of the head appear above the top line of the back when the head is in a normal upright position. Presentation. Dog is socialized, showing interest in things around him. Although some degrees of dog and animal aggressiveness characteristics of the breed, unruly behavior will distract from the judge's ability to accurately judge an animal's dog conformation. You see what I'm saying? Look at that part right there. Although some degree of dog animal aggressiveness is characteristic of the breed, it's not like it's mandatory to be there. You know what I'm saying? Unruly behavior will distract the judge's ability to accurately judge an individual's dog. To me, dog conformation. That means if a judge is over there looking at old bully boy over there and bully boy stretching out, he might be an old dog by his damn self. He might like that dog for that reason. He just became biased. That's a little biased just because the way the dog is acting. Yes, that possibility is right there. It says it right in that area, right there. The vitality of the dog's spirit, the gloss of the dog's coat, and the sharpness of the dog's eyes. Yeah, I'm having trouble. Let me put my glasses on. Sharpness of the dog's eyes will exclude the healthiness of the individual animal. Color or color pattern known to be genetically linked to health problems will be considered a serious fault. What is that called? Major faults. Okay, major faults. Merle color pattern. Albinoism. White dog with a blue or pink eye, pink nose, lips, no pigment present on pads, rims of eyes, etc. Those are called serious faults. Attitude 10 points. Confident and alert, entering things around him, in control of their space, not threatened by anything in their surroundings. Gentle with loved ones. Major fault, shy and timid. Shy and timid. What did that mean? Is that the dog that's standing there with his tail tucked under his ass? Or the dog that want to stand up because all the other dogs is barking, acting crazy? That's what they call shy and timid. Not one is just standing there being a bulldog. He ain't got to be stretching all out. He ain't got to be doing all that. He's just paying attention to everything around him. He's interested.
What's the best way to tell a bull you got a bulldog got your attention? That tail.
That tail? Your tail. Back in 30 points. Loin. Okay, yeah, I've been doing that. Loin. Broad and long enough to square the dog. Too short can interfere with a dog's flexibility. Too long a loin causes the dog to carry excessive weight and affects a dog's agility and quickness. B. Hip. Long and sloping with adequate width. This can be judged by the set of the tail. What should be low? Ideal slope of the hip should be 30 degrees to the ground. Proportions of the back leg. The femur should be of a length so that the stifle joint is proportioned in the upper 1/3 of the rear assembly. The tibia fibula is the longer bone of the rear assembly. So that's the tibia fibula. Okay, the tibia fibula is the longer bone of the rear assembly. The length of the metatarsal is moderate, with muscles that attach equally on each side of the bone so that the hocks move parallel to each other, deviating neither in or out. What's the word again, Mike?
Material source.
The material source bone, hawk and lower part of the tibula will be light, fine, and springy. Rear angulation, ratio between the lengths of the bones and the muscles which attach to these bones, causes a bent stifle which leads to a well-bent hawk. This contributes to the natural springiness that is desired in the rear assembly. The muscle attachment is long and deep, well past the joint ideal for leverage power, which causes the muscle to appear smooth but defined, not bunchy. Thoughts: short or flat hip, straight stifle, double jointed or slipped hook, cow hooked, bunchy muscles. Front end, 20 points. Rib cage, deep and elliptical with a prominent breastbone or posteriorum. From the side, the bottom of the rib cage should at least be even with the elbow joint. Well sprung at the top, tapering to the bottom, extending well back into the loin. B shoulders wider than the rib cage at the 8th rib. Scapula well laid back 45 degrees or less angled to the ground, and broad and flat, allowing for adequate muscular attachment for a heavy and sturdy front end. The humerus. I'm saying that right? The humerus. Humerus is angled at an opposite 45-degree angle and is long enough that the elbow comes to the bottom of the rib cage. Elbows lying flat against the body. Forearm slightly longer than the humerus, and solid, twice the thickness of the metatarius at the hook. The hook. Feet small and tight, set high on pasterns. Pads thick and well built up. Dew claws are natural on the front feet and do not naturally occur on the back legs. Fault: barrel chest, narrow chest, fine bones, out at the elbows, down and pasterns, splay feet, thin pads, back dew claws. Dew claws. Healthy neck, 15 points. Neck heavily muscled to the base of the skull. Long in length. B. Head 1. Head size balanced in relation to the rest of the body. 2. 2/3 the width of the shoulders. Wedge shape when reviewed from the top or the side. Round when viewed from the front. Cheeks 25% wider than the neck at the base of the skull. 5. The length from the nose to the top to the stop should equal the length from the stop to the back of the head. The bridge of the muzzle is well developed. The field in under the eyes should be wider than the head at the base of the ears for structural support of the upper canines. The head should be deep from the top of the head to the bottom of the jaw. Straight box like muzzle. Lips tight. Teeth and scissors should meet in the front, and a scissor bite Canines should be wide at the base and tapered to the end. Top canines fitting tightly together behind the bottom canines. They should be sound and healthy with none missing. Yeah, let me see how long this thing is, because this thing will be all night. Look, I mean, it's just on and on and on. Look, animal aggressive. I mean, man, look, disqualification, man aggressive, one side or both side, cryptochid, spayed or neutered dogs. Okay. The ADBA heritage confirmation now includes an ideal condition show weight to be between 30 and 75 pounds. Above all, American Pit Bull should appear to be an all-around athlete. His body is called upon for speed, power, agility, and stamina. He must be balanced in all directions. Too much of one thing robs him of another. In his ideal form, he is a thing of beauty. Here's some information.
If y'all ever want to find out, y'all know where to go find this. This is the ADBA. I think it was Vernon. My man Vernon Starr says, for more information, you need to check out the confirmation rules for the FC. I think it's the FCI. But this is just a small example, y'all, of this is the standards and what it looks like in writing.
Right.
Understanding that. Now, how many people, I mean, we go under Cajun rules back in our day. We understood Cajun rules. Even though you had to agree upon certain things, at least there was some type of ruling standard already set in place. 30 seconds in the corner, 10 seconds to get across the thing. No, the whole setup. They have standards, but it's all about what standards you choose to follow. And how many judges you think know all of this? That's my thing. Do we have enough judges to fairly, judge your animal based on these criteria? That's all. I'm done with that.
Y'all have to understand, that's a lot. That's a lot. You know what I'm saying? And they don't want you to come in and keep. You come in and keep, you trying to make weight. You got to give your dog 2 pounds, really, if you're trying to do some confirmation and, when it comes to the keep thing. You know what I'm saying? You better give your dog maybe 2 pounds. You know what I mean? Because, a lot of you guys, back in our day, they coming in at a weight, they could go 35 to 38. In a confirmation show, I wouldn't be coming in at 35. If you know what he looked like at 38, it sounds like he'd be more fit at 37, based on the rules that they're asking for. They had a dog, I forgot the dog, I think it was St. Benedict's Dillon. He was a champion in the pit and a champion in the ADBA world. He was a pretty popular dog back then. He was, but again, was he being judged fairly? Or was he being judged because he was a pit winner, like Mayday? The popularity of the dog. Full standard. I mean, you got a match dog in here that's in one, in the box. He seems like he's more of a standard than every damn thing out here. He's standing there in a show with Mayday. You think you're going to win something? He was grand champion Mayday. But he wasn't considered grand champion in that competition of the ADBA. But was there bias there? I believe so. I mean, the dog was a grand champion, and just by him showing up, you're going to bring a lot of people to see the great Mayday. And who's going to come there to see Mayday and Mayday ain't winning? He's expected to win just for being there. Because he's going to bring people. Mayday going to be there. Oh, I'm going. Shit, you take a winner to any confirmation show, and people there know who the dog is, especially the judges. You ain't gonna tell me there's no bias there. Because the standard of a real American Pit Bull Terrier, and you know what I'm saying, the actual standard, you know, has nothing to do with the box. Shorty Cowboy couldn't have never won. Okay? He wouldn't have never won. Give it down your Temperament now, come in here looking like a midget. Okay? But I can guarantee you, somebody's show, you put Shorty Cowboy on that confirmation ticket, he will win. Because he's Shorty Cowboy. Now I bet you that. They ain't gonna let that dog walk out of there without a trophy now. And yeah, ADBA has always been biased like that. He's right. Imagine Stone City Dog. Stone City Dog would never make it to the show. They don't even fit the confirmation standard based on their damn feet. Way up feet, way out here, you know, paw way up here, the ankle way back here. Or the foot, the whole damn foot sitting down on the ground like this here. It's a characteristic. It's a genetic thing that you see in them. But guarantee I'll win a trophy if I take Yellow Buck. I better win some. Grand Champion Yellow Buck. Yeah, he gonna win. Think he ain't. Bob Wallace standing right there judging. Bob Wallace standing there. Maurice Carver standing there. They judging. All of a sudden, you know, the word done got to him. Hey, that's a grand champion right there. Or think you gonna win? Really? Dog gonna have scars and everything on his ass. He didn't say nothing about no scars in there, no way. Did you notice that? Did you notice that? They didn't say your dog could come in there without no scars. It gotta be in there without no scars. That was not one of the things that, you know what I'm saying. Come on now. You know, and it didn't say nothing about gameness. I really didn't see nothing about, you know, baiting. The dog's got to bait good. You know? They don't want him to be animal aggressive. Yeah, you can be a little animal aggressive, but if he's out of control, or we can't handle him, we can't stroke him and touch him, then you got to get him out the ring. But just because a dog is not doing all that, but he's alert and aware of his environment around him, tail pointed all up, looking like, you know, but ain't stretching, he ain't making no noise. Do we put marks against him for not doing it? It's not in there saying that there's marks counted against you if you don't. You know? You want to be different than us. And you got to leave us back here along with the criteria of what we looked at as far as criteria to our dogs. You cannot bring none of that up here to the now. It's not fair. You can have your dog looking good as hell and he acting crazy as hell. That should not mean because he's acting like he a real bulldog that's ready to get something for real. And he should be praised for that. He should be judged different than the dog that's aware of his surroundings but not acting like him. Now let's get into some real bulldogs, okay? Let's get back down to these destroyers. Anybody before we leave this story, this stuff here, man? Anybody got anything to say on this? Well, then you can go ahead and start letting it go. Y'all, I don't know why y'all ain't calling in, giving all this up. You know, there's a number down there. Somebody want to call in and have a two-piece on this? The number ain't up there, is it? Okay, well, the number ain't up there because we ain't trying to make this a show about this shit no how. We just speaking on some things, you know what I'm saying? It got kind of a little deeper into it. Then you guys wanted to bring those situations up. But what's being said, Mike? I want to read some of that stuff, man, for the listeners who don't watch the chat.
My man, Mr. Burnerstar said, I seen an AM staff in holding area during the war cry. LOL. But once the show started, he was cool. But the handler kept a good distance from the rest of the dogs.
Yeah. That's right. Me too.
My man Vladimir Irwin. I want to give a big shout out to my man Walnut, PA. Vladimir Irwin. I see you, fam. Vladimir said, when it comes to confirmation, it's in the eyes of the beholder.
Yeah, the judge.
The judge. That's true. I mean, how many of them walk around with that big ass list of how many points, who get what, and you got 30, 40 dogs that you got to put your hands on, see what the bottom of his pad look like. You notice they ain't saying nothing about his teeth, his gums, none of that.
It says a little bit about the teeth, yeah.
It did?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we skipped over some of that, didn't we?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. My man Cool Bean. Cool Bean said, I only had one judge had me pinch the dog's coat to see if it was dry. In the nest condition class.
Okay.
My man Insane Honey Badger said, in the dog game, everybody got a standard till it's time to get hit. Everybody got an ideal to what's in front of them, until what's in front of you show you otherwise. I had a standard too. Till I seen what good dog was, then I wanted that.
That's right. Yeah, I ain't come in with no ADBA clipboard. Not at all.
My man Cool Bean said, bottom line is up to the judge.
True.
That's true.
And that's where the bias kind of falls into play. You know? Like when we was at Tom, that guy had a real nice dog and he didn't win nothing. Remember that?
Yeah, but you had Mr. Rodriguez.
Yeah, Mr. Rodriguez was there. You know, what's his name? Not Rodriguez. What's his name? The one that had Frisco. Yeah, I know it started with an R.
Ramirez.
Yeah, Mr. Ramirez. Yeah, he was there. He was judging too. But, you know, we talking about, you know, even Floyd Boudreaux, he used to judge him. You know what I'm saying? And I know he was biased. You know? And Lord knows it better not be no Boudreaux dog. You know? If I got a bunch of yellow dogs over here and I'm going to a dog show, I'm going over here and leave a yellow dog and take that one Boudreaux dog. And hopefully he got a whole 8th generation pedigree that I carry in my back pocket like a newspaper and flip it out on him. And Floyd judging too, I'm running over to tell Floyd to sign my papers. Floyd, can you sign my papers? You know what I'm saying? What dog is this? Yeah, this one right over here. You know what I'm saying? Don't tell me he won't be a little kiki, little nice about what he judging. I ain't no way in the world they're gonna tell me that. It's human nature. Really. Okay. Now, hey, let's start off with some help. See, today I want to go through the lines of dogs, and I'm gonna set it. I'm gonna just literally set an example. Okay, I'm gonna set an example of what I consider a destroyer. Doesn't necessarily mean a destroyer is a dog that got to win under 30 minutes. A destroyer can win in an hour. The point is, he's never in trouble. It may take him a little longer to destroy you, but the whole point of a destroyer is he does destroy you. You know what I mean? But you have those ones like Pandy, Queen of Hearts, Brat, What a Day, Lil Mayday, Red Ruby, Molly B. They're just, you know, my thing is a line of them. You know, a line of dogs that just was known to destroy stuff. See, I know what that looks like because we had a line of destroyers. Mayday created a line of destroyers. People don't know that. A lot of people really don't know that. Maybe because you're biased towards Mayday anyway. But Mayday produced a lot of destroyers. And, you know, remember, he had two sisters that were winners. And those two sisters was just as good as Mayday. You know, Dragon Lady was not as good as, just Choice. Choice was rough. And Choice ran into a rough one. You know, I think they both kind of killed each other. But it was a rough match. You know what I'm saying? Very rough match. Choice was a rough dog. You know, so he came, not only did he produce, you know, he came out of a litter of, you know, champion winners. They were all still rough dogs. Cody gave Mayday everything he could give him. And because Mayday was so rough, he definitely gave up 9 pounds, probably gave up 10 pounds. Yeah, Cody was like 10 pounds, 9 to 10 pounds bigger than Mayday. So it took Mayday a little minute to get him, but the whole time was Mayday destroyed Cody. You know, we hear these stories about Barracuda, but I seen Barracuda. Barracuda was a destroyer. You know, maybe they weren't like Brat. You know, because Brat, all 3 of her matches was in 2-time winners, and she destroyed everything. Competition wasn't that to her. You know, her competition was stop me from destroying you. It's futile. She's going to destroy you. A lot of guys, probably why they wanted to go, you know, they wanted to go into her to see just if they could. Those are destroyers. Pandy was a destroyer. Sable was a destroyer. Queen of Heart was a destroyer. Line of them. You know, even though Pandy didn't have much, you know, a lot of litter mates or a lot of offspring, she had Pandora, and Pandora was just like Pandy, a destroyer. But I'm talking about a line of them. See, when I go to talking about Mayday, I can talk about Little Mayday, Brat, Chanel. She didn't go, you know, she was a quick one. Her matches didn't go a little over 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying? May destroyed everything very quickly. I think her longest match was against Fat Bill. We went over like 40 minutes and stuff. But, you know, destroyer. Now, these are what I call destroyers because they were multi-winners and their matches didn't go long. We can pull up a lot of winners out there in these journals and you'll see there's a lot of those dogs out there that didn't go 30 minutes. Did that make them destroyer? Well, maybe, but did he have brothers and sisters that were able to do the same thing he was doing? That's what I'm talking about. Don't show me one. show me a line of them that was known to do that. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm on. Not just the one dog, but a line that was able to do that. You know, as I'm going, and like I said, I'm using our dogs in general to point out what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? That line of dogs that you know, you could just see it in they pedigree, and it was consistent. And I would literally have to say, Mayday produce those type of dogs. The Red Ace stuff was a little different. Grand Champion Ace, you know, with Mayday is what really made those dogs, our dogs, destroyers. I mean, that's just flat out. That's just flat out. Mike, put this in. While I'm talking about it. I don't want to bump it and knock it out. But yeah, you know, that was Destroyer. You know, destroying time. And I think it worked it well with Mayday because, but then, you know, you still, Hunch wasn't a destroyer, but he was a good dog. Liu Kang wasn't a destroyer, but he was a good dog. You know what I'm saying? May May was a destroyer. You know, but her brother wasn't nowhere close to being with the ability that she had. Because you got the camera on this, don't you? You ain't got it on there? Oh, okay. Oh. Well, we make another. Okay. Well, I was gonna pull up the Little Mayday's match report, aka Kunta's match report, y'all. But I'm gonna just read it to you because you know it would have been better to show you. But I'm just gonna read it to you because I didn't bring my computer. I can hook up the camera, okay? But I'm gonna put these two dogs up here and show you two destroyers. These were two destroyers. Both dogs went. Brat never made it to 30. Okay. Little Mayday, aka Kunta, it says on his championship report that he was down here in the Deep South and he beat some credible dog men. All his matches lasted just over a half an hour. And when they say just over a half an hour, he went in the speed bump, Bones. At 39, he won in 38. He went in the PNP Kennels, Mask. At 40, it went 38. He went into the Rough Riders Kennels, Magneto. At 40, it went 37. Number 4, he went into Grand Champion Wacko at 42. He went up 2 pounds to go into Wacko, Grand Champion Wacko, at 42, and he beat him in 36. You know, that's what I'm talking about when I say destroyer. Then I can say the same thing about Water Day. You know, she never went 30 minutes. Champion Water Day off of Bratton May 2. Champion Elrod, he never went over 40. So, you know, his longest was 40. Champion Jimmy, he was a quick winner. He never went over, he almost like Lil Mayday, you know, he never went over 40. Champion 38 Special, his 4th match, you know, he had to go in the Bulldog country a little bit because he had a dog that was just as rough as him, was not rougher than him. There was 2 destroyers on each other. You know, that's like us putting Psycho and that gator dog together. Both of them dogs could have destroyed. They were both known to destroy dogs. Both of them. Both of them had quick matches. But when you put them on each other, you know, it kind of offset. They did destroy each other. And they was destroying each other for a whole 3 hours and 15 minutes. I'm about to say 3 hours. I would have to say 3 hours they destroyed each other. You know what I'm saying? Because at one point, you know, the destroying stopped. The destroying stopped. And it was not both of them doing it. It was Psycho finishing it. But these are what I call destroyers. Dogs that you know, there's been many out there. But a line of dogs. You know, a line of dogs that were just known to destroy shit. You know, these dogs here took out the red ace. They took out the red ace. Red ace went into a destroyer. And took her 5 minutes to destroy her. Tommy Boy didn't never go over 22 minutes in all her matches, yet she got destroyed by red ace in 2 minutes, in 5 minutes. So those are the type of dogs that, you know, I'm talking about that had the ability to, it just didn't go to one dog. The Grand Champion Ace, longest match he had was 40 minutes. And other than that, he destroyed everything he was on. Shady Lady. But you don't have a line of Shady Lady. Remember, Shady Lady, she didn't produce those type of dogs as she was. See, Red Ace produced the type of dogs that she was. And these dogs was able to produce the type of dogs that she was. Brat produced some pretty good dogs. You know, Lil Mayday produced some pretty good dogs. You know, the way they bred him probably could have produced better dogs. But Brat, when it comes down to Brat's breedings and with May 2 produced destroyers. You know? And as long as they played and the good thing about it was every single one of these dogs was bred back into Mayday that worked. They was bred back into a yellow dog or going hard stuff. You know, dogs that just had that ability. We weren't just lucky just with one of these dogs. We were lucky with a whole line of them. Ruby Red, 7-time winner. Never went over 30. 7 times out there, never went over 30. How was she bred? She was bred May to the Brat. They took a female and took her and bred it back into Graveyard. Graveyard was a champion male off of Mayday. That's a whole lot of Mayday, but there's a whole lot of killer in that bottom. Brat bred back to her son. So you got double ace, double killer, double destroyer. And they breed it back into Mayday. Same thing that created Brat, Little Mayday. 7-time winner. Now those dogs made up for everything that Brat could not do. I mean, Brat's mother did not do. Little Mayday knocked out a grand champion and went up a weight to get him. Brat destroyed many 2-time winners. From the time that I bought her out, she went in the 2-time winners dog trying to win championships, and they couldn't last 20 minutes with her. I mean, from the openings, Brat would take you out. You knew she was going to win the first 5 minutes. I'm pretty sure it was the same way with Little Mayday. Remember, it was Little Mayday that broke her leg. You know what I'm saying? Now, there's other dogs out there, but you see them in these match reports. You know, I think a lot of it had to do with pace. And what I mean by pace, if you got a dog that has that ability to destroy one, and you got a dog that got that ability to really destroy one, and he has a nice keep where he's got the pace and the power to do it, he will run in there and run through them. Yeah, but the thing is, can you, it's very seldom that you can reproduce it. Now, keep in mind, Grand Champion Ace just didn't produce Brat in them. He had racehorse, and there was several dogs out there off of Ace that was straight destroyers. So, that was another thing, that Ace brought to the table. He just didn't fluke up and do it with us. He was able to produce other dogs that was fast lane winners. Right, same thing we said about Mayday. Brat wasn't the only one. Brat did it with Chanel. He did it with May based on just the way their breedings were. So, evidently Mayday had some destroyer in him. I think it was the attitude. I think that was a major factor because they was definitely Super Saiyans. They had a whole nother level to aggression. Really. They was on another level. You want to see some aggressive stuff? You believe in your stuff. You put the work in your stuff. And then you got to stand across with somebody like that coming at you. You really think you got a chance? You wouldn't be there if you didn't. But to see the destruction of everything that you worked hard for go right out the door as soon as you let them go. What the hell was that on my dog? Because that's what it looked like. It looked just like that. Good dog. But you got so much pressure, so much aggression, so much pace, so much mouth. It don't even look like a competition. Those type of dogs. There are not that many lines of dogs that was able to do that. I mean, generational. You might have had that one dog, but could they reproduce that stuff? You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't call ours wasn't luck. I think the luck was when we bred Ace. And it's really hard to believe that Charlie was able to do that because Jeep wasn't really able to do that. Jeep produced some great dogs, but Jeep didn't really produce a destroyer. Now, they had a whole little line of attitude too now. Don't take nothing away from them Jeep dogs. Jeep dogs was crazy. He was able to put that crazy into those dogs. And that's what made them dogs, Jeep dogs, hard to beat. Then that same type of crazy, I honestly feel Mayday had because those Mayday dogs were hard to beat. I'm not talking about a whole line of them. I'm talking about the ones that were out there winning. They were not easy dogs to beat. Look, Nara Egger and Ajax, they didn't go but 40-something minutes and both dogs died. So you can imagine what they was doing to each other. And again, I'm going to say it again for you haters, all those champions, and he's the only one that ever lost. I've seen Twisted do the same thing. I've seen a Beetlejuice dog out, and I liked the Beetlejuice. I liked those Beetlejuice dogs. I went and bred the Beetlejuice after what I saw. But in true reality, it was just a matter of time because that little Beetlejuice dog cannot stop that pound that Twisted just kept doing to him. Same thing with Barracuda. Barracuda was putting something on that dog. Maybe probably could have finished the dog quicker because she definitely had the talent to do it. Barracuda might not have had that talent. But I'll tell you what, he had the talent to, you was anything less than what he was, you was out of there. He didn't go long either. He beat champion Fatty, like Fatty didn't have no business in there. Fatty was a champion. Crossroads Fatty, champion Fatty. He didn't have a chance. He got ran through. These are the type of dogs that I'm talking about, a line of them. You know, it used to be Eli dogs. You know, they were known for a lot of mouth. You know, Art, Angus. You know what I'm saying? You even got to look at Luther. Luther was an Eli dog. Mouth. Queen was a Boyle's dog. But even when it comes to Boyle's dogs, you know, Buck wasn't no destroyer, but he was consistent in his destruction of you. You know, he wasn't going in there stopping nothing quick, but guess what? You wasn't up to his level, he'd take you out of there real quick. Real quick. You know, and you take Sandman, who's probably doing the same thing. You had Zinger, who Zinger and not Sandman and but and Samson. I think the dog's name was Samson. But that was a pretty good match, and you know, those were two killers on each other. But you could just tell that Samson was going to beat him.
Cool Beans said, Victor said Dragon Lady also. Victor said Mayday had a brother that was better than him.
I didn't even know he had a brother. I've only seen one male in that whole little hookup. What happened to him? You know, because he's definitely, I didn't see him. Now, I seen Choice and I seen Mayday. I didn't get a chance to see Dragon Lady, but I seen Choice and I seen Mayday. Annabelle, she was a pretty good dog too. Remember, Annabelle was the one that went in the Stone City and punctured that lung that day the dog started swelling up. That was Annabelle did that. Let me pull up some of these dogs here. And I appreciate some help, guys. Because you know a line, not just a dog, but a line that had the type of success of producing a bunch of destroyers. Like, you know, you want me to pull up some of mine, I'll pull them up and show you Jimmy, I'll show you 38 Special, you know. These are dogs that was literally destroying shit. What a day. These dogs had it, and these are generational. You know, that's almost like a damn near trait. You know what I'm saying? Having that exceptional ability. And I think it carried a lot in the ability, the temperament of aggression in the mouth. I think the mouth is what made them destroyers. Because they had the ability to use a mouth with their ability, and you just couldn't do nothing with it. Couldn't do nothing with it. And those some good dogs. I mean, Buck Rogers was another one. He was another one. Break you down. Break you down. Elrod, I don't know who did that to his face, but he was, based on what I was told about him, he didn't play either. Very strong, very rough, and he bit hard. Gus, same way, off of Orca. Said he was a very fast-paced, hard-biting dog. Where'd that come from? You know, you got Baby as the mama. Can't, ain't do it nowhere else. And you ain't gonna find too many other Orca dogs out there that was doing what Gus did. You know, because it ain't got that chemistry that all these other dogs had. I think the mouth played a big part of it, but I think that aggression and the pace that they fought at, you know, and like May. You know, Hunt wasn't no slow one now. Hunt was just as good as May, but he had to work. You know, May didn't have to work. May just went in and destroyed her. Chanel did the same thing. Pull these pedigrees and show y'all some of these dogs that I'm talking about, so you can see, you know, there is a link. I wish I had bought my stuff, my computer, because I would have been so much easier for me to do this.
Big shout out to our man. Bob, I see you, fam. Show enough in the house. I see you, fam. Chico Nicholas. What up, fam?
This is another one right here. She destroyed everybody. Down there look like the brat too, don't she? A destroyer. You know, another destroyer. I think her longest one wasn't even 30. This is another one who was pretty good. I seen her break up Stone City. She was destroyer. See, that's two in one litter. That's like Brat and Lil Mayday. You know, two hard-biting dogs were. She was rough. I wouldn't say she was a hard-biter, but she bit.
Hold on, fellas. Let me deal with this screen right
Check
quick.
one. Yeah, we still on. I can hear.
Mic check. Hold on, fellas. Hold on, fellas.
All right, y'all. We back. Okay. Check one. Check one. Hey guys, let me know if you can see me or hear me. I'm back. I am back. Okay.
It went blank when you crawled. You came out. I don't know.
Okay. Let me go grab another one. Another destroyer. Another dog. It was very hard to beat. May. And she put down two good champions. Well, one grand champion and a 4-time winner that was beating dogs quick. You know what I'm saying? She was the epitome of a destroyer. She whooped destroying dogs. Nene, she didn't ever go over 30 until she ran into May and she quit under 30. But May got on her. You know what I'm saying? Another destroyer. Line of dogs. Oh, that's the point that I'm on right now. The destroying, the destruction. Just going in and just wrecking something. The ability, the mouth, all of that come together. And if you notice, we're doing in the Mayday dogs, there was more females. See, Mayday have more females that were destroyers than the males. You know, you didn't see too many Mayday males out there running through dogs like these females were. Remember, I gave you Annabelle, Brat, Chanel, May, What a Day, Red Ruby. All these are champions and grand champion. Ruby a grand champion. All these dogs destroyed their opponents in 30, no more than 40 minutes at the most. Does it have a lot to do with the ability, the intensity, or was it the mouth? In our end, we had 2 litter mates that came in with a whole lot of mouth. That was something that we had, that we know what was destroying stuff. They had the ability, but their mouth was able to just take out some of the better dogs that probably had just as much as ability as they did. It's just that they know how to break them down with that mouth. You know, common factor. It reminds me of what I saw Red Ace do to Tommy Boy. It was the reason why I went over after Tommy Boy anyway. Again, you know, lines of dogs and their ability. You know, this does not happen a lot in the dog game. It was not known a lot for a line of dogs to be able to do what these dogs were doing. Mason them have some good ones too now. That litter. They was out there destroying dogs. Them matches wasn't going long. Them 17 wins, and these dogs wasn't going long. You know, Hellcat and Panther, them boys wasn't playing. But how do you beat them? You don't. There's not an answer to that. It wasn't an answer for the Queen either. There wasn't an answer for Pandy, but they were never able to produce a line of these dogs. See, that's the difference between them and these. You know, a line of dogs that had the ability to do it. That doesn't rarely happen. It very seldomly happens. Anybody got any questions or anything on that as I move on? Because y'all can throw y'all input in there and help me. Y'all got another line. We're going to investigate. No, I'm trying to put up the ones that I can speak on. I'm showing you pictures of them. You know, Ruby was another one that we spoke on. Ruby, who else was it? I should be able to pull it up. I got my book. Where's my book at? One of them got inside the page here. Okay, hold on. Let me do it right here. What is it, Mike? 367. Again. 367. No, that sure didn't take me nowhere. I know Ruby's in here somewhere. There she go. That's Grand Champion Red Ruby. Yeah, another destroyer. We already know our dogs worked it well with Stone City anyway. You know what I mean? Same thing with Buck Rogers. Remember, Bebe produced some smashers. But look at Buck Rogers. You know, he beat a good Stone City dog and he destroyed him. He destroyed that Eli dog over there, up there, you know, his first match when he was a young dog. That was over in 19 minutes. It just wasn't their ability. They had a lot of mouth. They had a lot of anger, aggression. You got aggression with mouth and power. It's hard to beat those type of dogs. Okay, another one was Black's Little Jimmy, Champion Jimmy. I think his name was Little Jimmy. Yeah. He should be up there in the front. Mm-hmm. Here's another killer. 399. Another killer. Here's another one that was smash one. But look at all the Mayday, look at all the stone, look at all the dogs that's down in there. Little Mayday. Little Mayday. Brat. You got all these dogs down in there. This is where the hard mouth and the rough stuff come from. No, a line of dogs that they were just hard to beat. Not just because they were game. I don't think hardly none of them got their game test because there was nothing there to ever test it. When you running through stuff, so they're special. He's up at the top. 4-time winners. Another one. First match, he won one off the chain. He won in 7 minutes from a throat hold. His next 3 matches, he blew through his competition. Another dog that destroyed everything with his notorious back-end style. Who's that? I thought this special came. Another rough one. Key factor right here. Look, he got killed by his own son in a chain accident. Them killers. Evidence produced a line of dogs that had it, man. That's definitely in the genetics. Yeah, forgot about the shit. Now, the shit didn't have none of us any. The shit, but she had a mouth. Yeah. Yeah. The shit was another hard mouth dog. Her attribute was a lot of mouth. What was her number? Mm-hmm. There's another dog that didn't have none of them in him. But she had a freak mouth. What is it, Mike? 781. 781-557. This little thing here, right here, a lot of mouth. And I have to say, she was a freak of nature. You know, I think her brother was pretty good too. You know what I'm saying? But this one right here, this one was a freak of nature here. She literally she bit like Red Ace, Brat, the whole crew. I mean, her schooling stage, believe me, Didn't too many survive with her. And, you know, like I said, the story being said that she ended up in the Virgin Islands. And she's a very well-known dog over there. Very well. Said one of the greatest females they ever had in the game over there. You know, she didn't die. She got the little Mayday story under her. Said she was the baddest. She was a grand champion over there in the Virgin Islands. And somebody told me it was the shit. She had a mouth and didn't nothing last over 30 minutes with her. And believe me, I can believe that because I've seen her do it on my yard. But you don't see no going hard stuff in there. But I can go to him and I can show you some dogs that he was throwing. None of them. Yeah, that was her brother. Yeah. I'm looking for a dum-dum in there. Let me see. Max. Yeah, let me see. Let me see. Deep South dum-dum. Another champion. He was definitely one that, you know, he had a lot of mouth. He had Little May's sister. It was just as good. Was it the Boyles up in there, or that Andy Cap stuff? What made him such a hard-mouthed dog? Well, we got to keep in mind now. One thing that I think we had to the table is this right here. You know, if you're going to find it somewhere, you're going to find it what I tell you about her. What I tell you about her. You see what I'm saying? So we're going to find it in there. We're going to find it in there. It came from somewhere. And like I said, we can go down here and point. We just talked about them too. Okay? Look at her bottom. Those are siblings. He was a destroyer. He destroyed everything you put on him. Shit, he look as a puppy, 14 months old, he gave Psycho hell. Sibling. Little May. Look what she won over. She destroyed Mallory. I think it went like 43 minutes. Stopped her. Bit her down, basically. A lot of these dogs we point out were just exceptional. You know, they just didn't have ability. They had speed. Real aggressive. And a lot of mouth. Mm-hmm. Old man. My man, Old Man said, Twin, what dog that didn't fit your program, but historically speaking, were carriers of a recessive trait that produced for others? All the ones I just pointed out. Now, what was that question again? Just make sure I got that right.
He said, what dogs that didn't fit your program, but historically speaking, were carriers of a recessive trait that produced for others? Well, you just had minutes up there.
Let me go back. I'm going to show you one. Where is May 2 at, Mike? I'm trying to get back to May 2. Trying to get back to, let's see, what was I at? Let's see if I can go back this way. That wasn't that one. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to take you there. He's one. This dog right here. He had a lot of mouth. He didn't make the team. He didn't fit my criteria because he didn't make the team. But what he threw, that was the key. What he threw. He also produced Water Day. That little female right there never went over 30. And she was out there in Cali with BBK, Real Brothers. A lot of mouth. And she was a back end dog. He didn't fit the criteria, but he threw. Remember him, bred back to brat, produced Madame. Let me see if I find it on here. I think she's on here. Yes, you go. That's Brat and Mayday. Give me a little Mayday. Brat and Mayday, I'm sorry. That right there. A lot of them up. But you notice when you look at it, it looks like all the rest of those dogs. You know, you're going to see Stone City, certain dogs that you see in these lines. And I mean, it's like if you put them back in the areas where their genetics all seem to play a part. You know, you're going to see Miss Nico. You're going to find Miss Nico in Water Day. I know I just had Water Day. Did I run away from her? Let me just go back right quick here. I'll show you this stuff. Just going to run down here and show you something. If you notice, you're going to see certain dogs in every single one of these killers. So you can say if you was analyzing what would work with a going hard dog. That's 38 Special. You know what I'm saying? That's stuff like that. Go down here and let's go find Water Day. How is she bred? Same thing. What do you see in there? See it? There's certain things that you're going to keep seeing. You're going to keep seeing that buck. You're going to keep finding Jeep. You're going to keep seeing all those dogs. Yeah, there's Jeep in there. There's a lot of Jeep in there. Miss Nico's a Jeep dog. This female right here, she's a Jeep dog. You know, we can say when you look at Grand Champion Ace, you know, they say Charlie, but you know, I don't say Charlie. So you ain't gonna see me go pulling up Charlie when I think it was Angus. I think it was an Eli dog. But look at all the Jeep in these dogs. Look at Crystal. Jeep. That's Jeep on top of Jeep. Miss Nico, same thing. Hold on. Honeybee. More Jeep. I don't know. I don't know why I'm so used to looking at that computer with the TV. It's so much easier like this. You're going to be noticing those certain things, some certain criterias, man, that, you know, I just think the workup is in the genetics. We know the Stone City stuff. Mo Jeep. And all this is in one dog. I mean, you will notice that in most of every one of these dogs, you're going to see the top 5 males and the top female, Honey Bunch and Awesome Baby. In every one of them. I think a lot of that has to do with those genetics, man. I just think it's like all these dogs that we pulling up, did you notice all of them are bred alike? No, we are definitely not a fan of hanging out all night. We like rough dogs. Little Wiggles was another one. Give me Little Wiggles' number. Another one. Let me see. 285. 901. Another one. Another killer. Well, I put out another destroyer. Yeah. Definitely put the body on them, but they had mouth. Another one, another bad dog right here. He was a good one. And if you look at the Screaming Demon stuff, Screaming Demon double bred her. Yep, another going hard dog. Yep. They're going to mate two right there. Negatives don't really change much. Results don't change much. The ability didn't change much. Carrying factor don't take but a little bit of this to make it work. Because as long as it can bring this back here, up here, then, and we know this back here was coming up here. We've seen it in too many other dogs. There's another log head dog. That was his name. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, give me Gus' number. Yeah.
849.
There's another one right here. Another rough one. Champion Gus. Look at the bottom. But what do we see? What do we keep on seeing? Keep on seeing Mayday. Buck. This is us down here. We're still gonna have our Jeep. This right here is carrying everything. There's one more. I'm trying to find the love here. There's a love here somewhere. Trying to see which one it was. I think it was Bandit. Gus, What a Day, Yellowbird. Same old concept. What do you keep on seeing? What do you keep on seeing? Like that double red Mayday stuff. I mean, it's just to me it's called Mayday Stone City, but it's a lot. This is all Mayday. You know, Mike wants to make sure everybody understand these are going hard dogs. You know what I'm saying? They can definitely read, Mike. They just
saying, man. They keep calling that's going hard shit. Stop calling it all that other bullshit.
Yeah, these are basically is what I'm pointing out. See, they all have a certain figure to them. They had the bodies, they had the ability, and they had the mouth. The bodies, the ability, and the mouth. These is half brothers and sisters. Half brothers and sisters. To What a Day. All of them was off of Baby. You see, all of them had, if you notice, all of them were bred alike. Got one with G. Go to bullet. Let me see. Give another number. Four-time winner, one-time game loser. One of them ones where you're looking like, okay. And you want to say, where's she at? It's right down here. Sibling. I just had it. Yeah. I'll put him back up there. Jimmy, Lil G. Lil G. Another one. Yep, Menace. Yeah. Yep, Menace. You know, that's that cool buck stuff down here. Still see Mayday. More Jeep. I mean, if you want to find what works, if y'all paying attention, y'all would definitely be like the commonality of what they all had in common and run with that and understand the breedings. Here's another one. You said one had worked on the one that we, didn't make the team, but you still keep seeing him popping up every damn where. This is all the proteges work here. This is their work. 38 Special, Little Jimmy, Wiggles, Bandit, Lil G. That's their work. Same old little lineup. Remember, we seen this same little hookup down there before. Cross, this is just another dog. Same thing. Key factor. Yeah, he does play a big part. Yeah. Mayday, mayday. But you can't take nothing away because we already know Mayday works with the buck stuff. And you can't be denied when you're sitting there with dogs that's being bred like this right here. Look, can't give it all to him. Look at all this up here. You look at all that ROM stuff, steady coming up the ladder. We ain't going 3 generations up this way with nothing. It's staying, and most of every one of these breedings that I showed you, we don't have it all back here and then nothing coming up. We have is always something moving forward. If you want to see it continuously produce. This is a nice bred dog here. And we already know the mated stuff worked with the damn buck stuff. And they got him as golden boy. You know that. We already know that ain't it. We keep putting a little tater there where it really belongs. You know what I'm saying? That's why it worked. They want to use this and try to make Golden Boy some, but it's not Golden Boy. It's Little Tater. That's the daddy to all this right here. You put him here, here. And you got to, when you start adding up where he needs to be, here, down here, you know what I'm saying? All that's Little Tater. See all that buck? All that's Little Tater. You got all this lady in red, all this stuff here. Then let's go back to where we started at. Yeah, that's it. That's a yellow Patrick dog. Mm-hmm.
My man Chico Nicholas, what up, fam? He said, have you ever introduced some Eli blood like Tom Garner stuff to Mayday blood, and has it been successful?
Me personally, I haven't done it. The one little champion that I had pulled up down there at Tony Wade, he crossed it, but it did, they got something out of it, but it not a production, not no production. I never done it. I don't experiment. I'm sorry, I'm not one for experimenting. I'm one for following the trend. I taught my proteges to follow the trend. You want to come up with a new mix of dogs, you go ahead. I'm gonna follow the trend, and if I follow the trend, then what they're doing, I should be able to do and get the same results. That's what I ride on. What we did, they did. Yes, right. What we did, they did. We followed just the trend. When you go back and you go pull up Yellow Dog, you're going to see the same old thing. You're going to see a trend there. A trend you do see in these very pedigrees right here with Spartacus and Yellow, with all that Patrick stuff. You remember Yellow Dog. This Yellow Dog he done came all the way up here, and you're going to see there's a similarity there. All that yellow, but what do you see? More Patrick stuff. More yellow stuff. Don't fall asleep on this one. You see that? So you don't see it when from here, but it's there. All this. This little piece right here is the common factor that what made that shit work. These dogs right here. Because we know what this does. Not taking nothing away from it. We know what this does. Not taking away from it. But we know for a fact, if anything came out of this, we know where it come from. Here, you see it? We know where it come from. In here. We know where it come from. You see the pattern? If you can't catch that pattern, if you don't understand that pattern, then you just breeding. And he black. Another one. Everything short order. Short order. All in the breeze, guys. Not taking none of you. When I say welcome all, there's a whole lot of welcome all here. Like we've done this before. You don't see nothing but anything that's worthy of anything to talk about when it comes to welcome all. Only they can be able to do this. Nobody else is able to take their stuff and do this. Why can't we take this stuff right here that they're doing and go out here and do what we're doing with Mayday and all these other dogs. This is the first one that's got this much walk in them. Got this much walk in them as the Mayday stuff. You see it. The first one of these right here. All that walk. And he the first one outside that yard that's carrying that title. The only one out there carrying that title. And he a black dog. What was the key factors? It wasn't him. We talked about these guys the other day. Yeah, they're good breedings, but production-wise, no. Where's the major factor at? We already tell you where it's at. Here and here. You're going to keep on finding them in there. You're going to keep finding Mayday to Stone City. Mayday to Buck. It worked then, and you know what I'm saying? And it's always seemed to work. And every one of these dogs that we've been pulling up, don't you see there's a real formula? Now, put some Jeep on that. You want to see it even get better? Put Jeep on it. Why you say Jeep, twin? Because that's the only thing missing. It's the only thing missing. You want to see something just as good and have some longevity for production-wise? Give me some Jeep. I'll put some Jeep with it. I'm getting away from these because they're not a factor. They're part of the puzzle. They're going to all be part of the puzzle. But I'm taking advantage of what I see that's going to work. These two right here. Because we got Jeep here. Oh, don't think we don't have no Jeep here. We got Jeep here. Anytime. No, they ain't Miss Nico ain't in there. Let me see. Nope. Sarah Kill ain't in there nowhere. Nope. No, that's Yellowbuck's sister. That's right. There ain't no Jeep in here. No Jeep in them. I would be me personally, I'm adding Jeep. That'll fix all this. You're gonna make this, this right here in itself is what carries all that. I think if you notice, you go back here, it's not, what do we have? Not much of nothing. It starts with her right here. Because we know this is not taking nothing away, even though the breed may not be real, because this dog is little birth date is a little off. Little John, no way this dog can be off of Little John. Off of Big John, because Big John was stolen in 2000. The dog's birthday is in 2002. So that's totally impossible. It doesn't matter, really, because, again, we can go all down here through these pedigrees of these dogs right here, and you're not going to find it. You're not going to find anything that's a champion that don't have this right here under it. All these years, and still ain't going to find it. Look, offspring. We can't even go with this one here. We already know the P. Nitty game. We don't even count that one. We don't even pay that one no mind. P. Nitty. We already know we already know that ain't legit. But look, there's 2 pages. The only names you're gonna see but you don't see not a one champion. And I'm not knocking them. I'm just pointing it out. You can't. How am I gonna knock something and you can see it for yourself? What you know. I mean, it's the facts is right here. You're just not gonna get it. And you're not gonna find nothing to get a CH under it at all. Where Lil John at? Let's go find Lil John. Maybe we can help Lil John. The little sassy girl. You got Jacob, 2-time, 1-time loser, but what I say, if we're going to find anything else, yeah, a little sassy girl. Mm-hmm. Sassy May. This dog right here want to produce some shit. You know what I'm saying? I think it was like Roxy. One of these, I know one of these dogs produced something here. But look how they was breeding it though. You know, they still running after Amboss. See? And it did work somewhere on here. I know it's in there on one of my things. I just don't know which one of them. But yeah. Yeah, she's got something off of her in here. One of them. Shamrock or one, I think it was Shamrock. But yeah, she produced something. See, that's off of May too. Little white mark on her nose, just like a common factor. I might say she was a mirror image of Brat. Well, kinda. She looked more like Little Mayday than Brat to me. Back to what I was trying to point out to you guys is, you know, when you breeding this stuff like these dogs right here, you're just not getting, you know, it's everything is being pulled forward straight out of that, and if you don't go this way right here and you keep going that way, you're gonna see there's no production there.
You're gonna get shit just like ain't nobody else get shit.
Nope. The only reason it changed, I mean, we can go down here and find a couple of them. I'm trying to see a little baby mating thing. I'm trying to find Rattler in there. Wasn't that and all those guys, you know. Nice looking dogs. But they got good pedigrees. But when it comes to production, and I go look at what's the major factor here? Fireball. Look, Champion Crazy Eyes. Okay, let's go do a Crazy Eyes. You see what I'm saying? You see what I mean? 2 pages. I guess when you put enough of it out there in people's faces, you know, you got your hope and the dream. Registered married, Miss Kitty. Okay, let's go see if we can find some on Miss Kitty.
Hey, you guys, out of this, when you say split ears, and are they Walk-em-all dogs?
They are.
They all Walk-em-all. We talking about find a champion. This doesn't have Walk-em-all, but it's a Walk-em-all bred dog, which means somebody else made champion with a Walk-em-all dog outside of Walk-em-all. That's what we talk about. Walk-em-all got a whole lot of champions. There's Crazy Eyes. There's a whole lot of them. But you see that Walk-em-all shit? Find somebody else who was able to do
what this dog has done.
This dog, the yellow dog. That's not that yellow dog says Foundation Kennels. It does not say Walk-em-all.
The only dog.
The only dog you're gonna find that's got that much Walk-em-all in him.
And is a winner.
And a winner, but don't have Walk-em-all. That's a champion. But you don't see Walk-em-all on there. It's in his blood, but it is not a Walk-em-all champion. That's what we talk about, gentlemen. So we always, even back in our time, y'all know how far back we go, we always question what was going on over there at Walk-em-all. You know, we was trying to breed 2 Big John. So we was familiar because, again, we're trying to tighten up on the yellow shit. But there's a fact to this whole thing. There is a factor to this whole thing.
I ain't putting them down when I say that. I'm just telling you what it is. Why can't we take these dogs and do what they was doing? We showed you our shit. Our shit can do it in anybody's hands. I'm just saying, this dog right here, this black dog, has got Walk-em-all in him, and the only champion you're going to find out here with that much Walk-em-all. Now, I challenge you, somebody to show me something different. Challenge you. All these years later, show me one. That's all. The ant got Walk-em-all on it. Champion Walk-em-all. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about the champions coming off Walk-em-all, then leaving Walk-em-all yard and turning and be a bloodline like the Mayday stuff, like the Buck stuff. You know, you got enough of it out there. You're not, but where's all the winners at? Walk-em-all is the only ones that know how to produce dogs like that. Because that's what it seems like. And that's always been my argument. I'm putting nothing down on them. I'm just pointing out the facts. That's all. These are just facts. And you used to ask me what was the major factor and why this dog was able to do something with the Walk-em-all blood in it, I can point it out clear as day. This dog right here, clearly, and this dog right here, clearly. Corretto, the dude, Berettovich, this guy here. knew something. He knew something. These are his dogs. He knew something. Why not? Where was his frame of mind? He followed what Work Kennels did. That's the only thing I'm pointing out, is just pointing these certain things out to show you, you know what I'm saying, what was the key factor to these things. Work Kennels had to make this move to make Beretta. What was he thinking? You know they friends. You know what I'm saying? They definitely friends, because he's the one that took over the journal. He's the one that gave Macho Buck Dog of the Year. Why would you go to Spartacus? He's already passing out favors. But they got a whole bunch of yellow in them. I think it's a known fact that if I had a Walkmore dog, I would be trying to breed with this kind of stuff in it, if you want to know the truth. It could have been any other dog. It could have been any dog. But it's the concept of what the things that I'm pointing out to you guys. If you can't see it, if you got to be able to see it to know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't figured it out, you need to study it. Because I challenge anybody to show me another one. Another one that's got that much Walkmore in them. That's a champion. Go to Pitt Island. Try Pitt Island. They got a lot of Walkmore dogs over there. That's all I'm pointing out. He just so happened to be a black dog. The funny thing about it, the reason why they call him yellow, because he got a bunch of yellow in him. Color don't change the fact that he's a working dog.
He became a killer.
And he's a killer. He's a destroyer. I don't call him a killer, I call him a destroyer. Short order. All in short order. Got to make those crosses, man. What was back then, it was whatever you see that will work. These are definitely good breeders. This guy caught on. He got him one. Got to give him the credit. We show you a whole line of stuff. When it comes to these dogs right here, you know, these dogs all have something in common. Every one of them. In each one of our dogs, even in our own line of dogs, the dogs that we was pulling up earlier. You know, these dogs, they all had some things in common. Little Jimmy. They all had one thing in common. They had that factor. That's a factor there. You gonna get a bunch of them? I don't think so. Too much other stuff with it. Where? Oh yeah, Jimmy. Yeah. See the same. See that? No, they come from a line of dogs. And we get champions out of their dogs. We get champions out of hardcore dogs. Mellow Yellow, this female here, look at her sibling. Look at her siblings. And producers. Produced them. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all can't see that?
They're using yellow dogs the same way, but getting results. And they ain't coming off of just off of their yards. They ain't just coming off of their yards. Give me Red Boy Jeep any day. $40 minutes, 17 minutes, 38 minutes. Key factor there, a producing working kennel. Producing working kennel. Yes, we follow the trend. Ain't trying to come up with nothing new. Mystic. We seen these dogs right here. Remember that? You see it in Going Hard Dog, following the trend. See what I'm saying? Pit Island, 9 milli. Even in their good stuff, they all take a suffer. These are the things that I'm just pointing out, things that I'm trying to show you guys. That's all. Like I said, Pit Island got a lot of Walk 'em All stuff in their stuff too. There's a difference in what they were trying to do than what we was trying to do. We ain't trying to have a bunch of this. We want destroyers. Another great dog. Gotta give it to her. But what do you see? Red Boy and Jeep. And you see ain't no Mayday in here nowhere. But he did it without using any buck in Mayday. He used his own line of dogs. Why not follow the trend?
And that's on the low end. But we talk about destroyers, Mo. Get back to the destroyers.
Right. These kind of dogs is what we was looking for. This key factor right here played a lot to do with this right here. And we don't have a whole bunch of open gaps and none of this stuff. All them dogs we was bringing up, doing the same thing, bringing yellow back to the forefront. Keep bringing yellow back to the forefront. But we bringing yellow, we bringing buck, we bringing everybody. Everybody in them top 5 registered mares are the males. You're going to find Frisco there, you're going to find all them other dogs, but we wasn't really dealing with the Frisco stuff crossing it. We was more on the buck and the yellow, the Jeep, Awesome Baby, and Honey Bunch. Dogs that not only has production behind them, but they got work behind them. When you breeding, making breedings like this, man, this is what you want to get. This is what you want to expect. That's all I'm pointing out. You know, we had to make those breedings ourselves. I ain't trying to make nothing new. I'm trying to make nothing new. Was it a freak move? Yeah, it was a freak move. We caught him on a humbug. Did it make a difference? It made a lot of difference. Major factor is we did this too. Long before she lost, we did this. And she didn't have but 2 puppies to make it. And we know them both. Both of them were total destroyers. That's the point I'm trying to make. Was he able to produce? Yes, he was. Yes, she was. No, which one, Mike? I'm trying to get back to something you said, Mike. Which one? Ruby? Look at Trina. Look how she bred. You got boiled, handicap. You got all the right stuff in there, but what was the key factor? You're going to keep on seeing Luke Kane and Mayday in this shit. And a lot of these dogs, you're going to keep on seeing Mayday in this shit. Dum. Let me go to history. Who am I looking for, Mike? You got my paper. Who you want me to bring back up? Okay, well, I'm like that now. I'm just pointing out, guys, if you're going to be breeding your dogs, that's all I'm pointing out. I'm pointing out we're on the bus, right? So I'm pointing out things that was going on the back then in my time. Things that was being used. What was our frame of mind on what you were thinking? You know, yellow dog would have never been the dog if he hadn't been in the right hands to become a bulldog. You know what I'm saying? And it just so happened, look how he's bred. You know, the same old concept. Can he reproduce? But if it was me, I'm adding Jeep to it. I'm adding me some Jeep Red Boy to it. Why that, twin? So I can go back. See, I'm trying to solidify one thing that's real important. Let me take it right back in here. If you're going to have battle crosses, one thing that you notice about every one of these dogs and every one of these pedigrees, you're going to be noticing. You're going to see a whole bunch of this. You're going to see a whole bunch of that. Steady coming forward with it. We was able to do it with our dogs. We got us a registered merit out of the deal. A lot of champions out of the deal. The grand champion out of the deal. You know what I'm saying? And you don't see a bunch of open gaps. You don't want open gaps. When you're out there feeding and taking care of things and looking at that chain space, you don't have room for open gaps. There's a dog that I hardly ever put up, Menace and Yellow Nico. Menace and Yellow Nico. These were dogs that were bred on the yard. You know, and I can pull up Sassy Girl to pull up Menace just by getting back to Baby. But Yellow Nico would take me there too. Let me see. Citrus. That's Yellow Nico. Hold on. Let me go to my Yellow Nico. Have me find him. There you go. That's him there. Going hard, Yellow Nico, Mike. You see him? No, I'm going hard. Go to. Yeah, that's them as babies. Yeah. No, there's a Yellow Nico out there. It's not Citrus Kennel. Okay. He got pages though. My God, I might find him on this page right quick. Tell me if I pass him. Damn, that's not got my glasses on. That's another Yellow Nico there. Let's see. I'm looking for. See, I had Yellow Nico before I sold him to Citrus Kennel. Hmm? Yeah, yes, yes. Matter of fact, yes, sure the hell is. Let me see which one. There you go, right here. I'll find him off of this one here. I'll find him. Hold on. One, seven, four, eight, seven. What's it? 174. There you go. Going hard, Yellow Nico. Sally bread. Hmm? Yellow Nico. Game dog. Mm-hmm. Hmm? Who's that? Mm-hmm. That nigga lost his foot, remember? That's him. That's the dog. You don't see nobody trying to do nothing different. They're trying to stay with the plan. And I didn't breed him. I had a little mate sister. I didn't breed her. It didn't work out on the yard. But here's another one. Yeah, he left me off my yard and produced. But these was breedings that they came and bred to him. But he got a little mate sister named Blondie. You know what I'm saying? Blondie too is her name. Sibling. Let's see if she's on here. Nope. But I got a picture of her on the yard with they look just alike. They look just like Nico. Look just like Nico Jr. I mean, look just like him. He looked just like him. She looked just like him. I actually got pictures of her on the yard. But yes, I bred the Nico Jr. too. Didn't get the dogs that I would like compared to what it was like when I took the yellow buck stuff and crossed the Sassy Girl. Sassy Girl was crossed into all that stuff. But the point I was making was, even off the yard, he was able to produce something. And if I remember correctly, he had this dog right here too. Now this dog right here was supposed to have one. Nope, got taken in a raid. I can put up minutes because all I gotta do is go to Sassy Girl. Sibling. Minutes. Keep asking my. This is Sassy Girl, Lil' my brother. This was the cold male. This dog right here. I'm talking about these right here, Mike. Black girl. This whole dog bottom is these two dogs right here. This dog right here. These two dogs right here, I got rid of. What they do, they get them, breed them together, take this dog right here, make her a house dog, but they turn around and start putting Maytu back on top. Who was Maytu is off of Brat. So yeah, there's a connection there. Where's that connection? Little Mayday. Little Mayday and Brat. Litter mates. Throw it back on some yellow like they do everything else, and you get these kind of results. Like they did. Okay. Mm-hmm.
647. My man Red Bobby. Here you go, Bobby. Here you go.
$18.31.39.
Destroyer.
Don't forget what the key factor there. You see what it is. That's Little Mayday. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right there. Kunta. Yep. Now, that's supposed to be AKA Lil Mayday. So you still got Brat's brother in there. See, that's really more Mayday on top of this right up in here. Annabelle. Why was he such a finisher? You got Annabelle, who was a finisher. Little Mayday, that was a finisher. You know what I'm saying? Top and bottom. Dogs that we know that was finishers. We went over that earlier. To me, I call them little factors, man, that makes the difference. And you keeping it filled in. This was a Mexican dog here. Calito's a pretty good dog. Hmm? Look at the body. Look at the meat. Still see the same old type style body. I like the way this dog look. Got Luke Kane in it. He got a lot of Mayday in it. Especially down on the bottom. You know what I'm saying? That bottom right there. We've seen all this right here before. All you doing is taking a little Mayday, putting him on top of that.
Go up here. Run the start with this
Hmm?
one. Run the start.
You got one for me?
5-4. 9-9-2. Now, Bernie, I pulled this up, Bernie, because you got it up there. Let's let you know I see you, fam. But I'm hoping, I'm just hoping that you try to see. I'm trying to find a champion walk-em-all dog that was a champion in somebody else's hands. This ain't the one.
No, you failed.
Fell short on that one.
There ain't a winner in here. Not an offspring, nothing. How long I can keep on going. all that walk-em-all, and we fading. We ain't getting winners now. Somebody else's hands, all we see is walk-em-all. And each as we go, it keeps going further and further back. Still, where's it at? All you just showing me is a walk-em-all dog. Still, nothing else.
Just saying, Bernie. It said Amazon was a grand champion. I'm taking the GC mean grand champion, right, Bernie?
Where's GC at?
Red Bobby said G-Man was a 4-time winner.
Oh, G-Man was? And that was off of Lil Mayday. That was the one off of Lil Mayday right there. Yeah, he was off of Lil... G-Man was off of Lil Mayday. No, let me see. Nope. That's G-Man right there. Yeah, that Luke Can in it. And he had Banks in it. Banks was a good dog. But we seen these dogs down here in other pedigrees. Remember the other ones?
Okay, Red Bobby, I'm taking it that G-Man was that 4-time winner you was talking about. Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I get all y'all's in. Trying to make sure I get everybody in before we shut it down.
Mm-hmm. That's all of them? Okay. Yeah.
712 894.
We still looking. Okay, we got one right here. Mechanic Kennels Raw. He heavy walk them all. There's one. Certified champion.
All right, Bernie. There you go.
There you go, baby. See, we got one. There you go, one, y'all. Danger Boy made he's the producer, the breeder. Did he do anything? Did he produce anything? Oh, not yet. Hmm? There's one right there. Who put that one up? He might be my dog of the night. Running Star, this gonna be my dog of the night, man. Y'all better study it. Not too many open gaps. He took his 2 welcome all dogs and bred them together and got some good stuff out of it. And got results.
I got you, Bernie.
I'm gonna leave him up. Anybody else? This right here gonna be my dog of the night. Y'all don't find me something better than this one.
Red Bobby said, hold on. Red Bobby said, that's him, and that Jenny bitch is grand champion Miss Luca's littermate.
Which one?
Red Bobby, which one? Which you said that's him. Which one? I know it's the one that had the Jenny bitch in it.
Okay, hold on. Just gotta go back. G-Man, Jenny. Yep. Well, we see that, dog. We see those in Yellow Man. She has a sibling. Hold on, let me see if I can find her. Go back to Yellow Man. Let me just pull him up. I just want to check something right quick. Okay, where did I see that Luke Kane at? Right in here. Luke Kane was producing too, I see. I'm keeping him up. What's that champion that Mike? We lost him. Yeah, the dog running had. I'm trying to get back to him. I'm trying to get back to Vernon's dog. G-Man. Okay, maybe I get back here this way. Tell Vernon Star to send that back through. You got it? Yeah, give it to me. Mm-hmm.
549.
No, it wasn't him.
What phone dog supposed to be a champion? Amazon? That's him.
No, we're talking about the one that we seen was a champion.
When he said it was a champion.
Yeah, I know, but that ain't the one
He
I
said
had.
there was another one.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
We hear you, but we gotta see it. That was Vernon. All right. Hold on, y'all. We trying to get my dog of the night back up. What was his name?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
712-894.
After one.
This is by way of Vernon Star, gonna be our dog of the night. Where'd it go, Vernon? So now we can say we really do have two people, two dogs, to became champion. And I think you did say Amazon was the grand champion. I think you did say that. I'm taking us with the GC mean. But we know this one right here we can stand by for a minute because it is there. You know?
Yeah, we got to go with what we see.
We got to go with what we see right now, fam. We'll take it like that. Big shout out to Gwendolyn Loving. She said, is the pure boomer crossing the Mayday stuff a good breeding?
I like it better with the Garner stuff. I haven't seen nothing with the boomer stuff being crossed with Mayday that showed any promise as far as a good line to work with. I haven't seen it. But I can tell you that boomer stuff works with that Tom Garner stuff. That's for sure. Yeah, I can say that. If I was going to be breeding boomer, I'll be breeding the boomer stuff with stuff that we know that's working. Remember, I said I'm not trying to create something new. I'm trying to go with something that's already, the genetics is showing me that this will work. I ain't trying to experiment with new shit. I'm trying to follow the trend. And the boomer stuff follow the trend. You know, and if I'm breeding boomer now, these days, the boomer stuff is going with the Garner stuff. You're going to find that. You're going to find that. You're going to find it works with the Garner stuff. Whether it's going by way of Garner's Tramp Red Boy, you know what I'm saying? The boomer stuff is working. You know, I haven't seen, now it will be, is one coming up. That would be Zelda. You know, I think if I'm correct, let me check. Make sure. I'm trying to make sure. Was there any boomer in there? Nope, not no here. No boomer in here. I'm trying to find that St. Benedict stuff. Mm-hmm. I gotta get my boy back up again. I keep doing that. That was him. Yeah, I would take a look at me. I like the Cunningham's boomer stuff. You know, the crosses that I seen working with it. Like Ruger and them, I think they had that boomer in them. Right. You know, these days the Mayday stuff is just, you know, if it ain't got Luke Kane in it or Barracuda, I don't, you know, I go with what I see that works. You know, I'm gonna keep it real with you. You know? Garner's Tramp Red Boy. Let me see what that was. Garner's daughter's got that red boy in it. See, I would be following a trend like this right here. This is the route that I would go. I would take dogs like this right here. And go with what works.
pretty good. Okay.
Hold
Yes,
on.
sir. I remember. Uh huh. Okay. Well, I think the mechanic dog, right? That's our dog of the night, ain't it?
Ain't that the dog of the night?
Yeah. Make sure. I think he's our dog of the night. Yeah, that's him.
Yeah. What do you say? It was a two-time winner champion.
Yeah. We have verification that he's definitely a three-time winner. Raw is definitely a three-time winner because I got the losing end verified. Gotcha, fam. You got the winning end verified. I appreciate that, fam.
Yeah, he's the dog of the night. He is the dog of
He
the
is
night.
our dog of the night. Okay, I got you. I got you. That's why I'm gonna leave it like that. All right, fam. Okay. All right, fam. Yeah.
Okay, we got verification that this dog right here is who they say he was. He is a we got a phone call verifying. Got verification that he is the dog of the night.
I gotta fix that because we done froze again.
Oh my God.
Y'all gotta bear with me because we're gonna have to reboot right quick. Cause we're gonna make sure that this dog's gonna be our dog of the night. Right?
Yeah, we're gonna make sure that we get this dog back up. We see the screen and froze. We're gonna fix that right quick. But we're gonna definitely put him back up here. He's gonna finish out the night. Somebody called in, let us know.
All right, fellas, we're back.
We're back. Look here. We got verification of this dog from somebody who lost to him. He is a certified three-time winner.
Champion outside of Walker.
Outside of Walker, he is a champion. Now he's tighter Walker than old boy, Yellow Dog. They all Walker. So I would have to say this is the first Walker champion outside of Walker. I have been corrected that this right here is the first. We're going to have to get Yellow Dog number 2 because he ain't got this much Walker in him. This is a Walker dog. Right here. He deserves dog of the night. Now, it's a shame that we had to search so hard and far to get it to see it, but it's here. It is possible. I hope he's still around. I hope they got straws off of him. Because this dog right here, he's a very valuable dog.
My man Frederick said, "I'll take the Yellow Man stuff over the Lucan Cuda stuff."
Well, we're gonna have to dive in there and see.
We got Yellow Man.
Because we got Yellow Man, we got double Yellow Man in our yard. So again, I would have to take and see what Yellow Man. Now we know Green Bean was a pretty good producer. I'm gonna open up a new thing here and let's go check on Yellow Man. Let's see if he's worthy bringing him up. Let's see, because court's still out. Okay, here go one from Yellow Man. We got Yellow Man as a registered mare too. See how it worked. Good looking dog here. Yeah, that's a nice cross too. Yeah, I would say that too. I mean, yeah, I would take a dog, other than Spartacus because we on. Hey, I'll pick any winner. Any winner. You know what I'm saying? And look how he bred. Again, we've seen all this. Remember, this is not nothing brand new. This is something that's been used and it works. Too bad he ain't around. Did he produce anything? Let's go check and see what he got. He got 2 pages here. Maybe we can get lucky and find something that maybe he was able to produce something that y'all guys might go try to hunt down and breed to. We'll go through it right quick before we close out. No, I don't see it. We're going to look for another one. No, I got to see something that's got to carry the Yellow Man trait. And when I say you got to carry the Yellow Man trait, you got to be able to produce. What dog off the Yellow Man is a champion that can produce? That's what we're looking for. Oh, big route. You got a big bitch. That's like the little down there, like the Little May brother. A little different, but yeah. That was coming by way of Nico. They still adding Stone City to it. Okay, that was the champion there. That's Big Raw. There go one. That's a litter mate. 2 champions in that litter. Unknown D-Town. No luck. See, guys, what I'll be looking for is, okay, now the winning career is over. Now we need to breed. Yeah, oh well. Let's see what we got. Okay, Yellow Man's putting him down on the ground. That's Pup Stud. That's been a while ago. You know he gone. Let me see the siblings in here with Yellow Man. I see Green Bean in there. There you go. Say again, Mike. Who? No. I got a champion now. I got champion Gizzo. Who that? Yeah. I'm going to this one here. We got a champion here off of Yellow Man. Yep, that's off of Green Bean. Gizzo, another one. Mm-hmm. I got a nice looking dog. Cross to a sorrow. When I hold the sweet pea, Mike. Mm-hmm. Okay. This is what we got in our line right here. Off of the little female right here. So give me good intake. You know, I see it was definitely working with some of that macho butt stuff. Give me something to look forward to. I seen it working somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Okay, possibilities. It's all how you breed it. It's all in how you breed it. There goes Sweet Pea down at the bottom, like you said, see? It's all in how you breed it. Little Kim, no, she got some Patrick all in her. It's too bad that old boy he gone because we got two females that we study looking for some studs. I would love to take, a nice, nice crosses that work. See, I study, so I'm looking for nice. You want to look for nice crosses that, you ain't trying to rewrite the book. You're trying to stay close to the book. Don't jump out the book. Give yourself a chance to stay in the book. You got to stay in the book. What I mean by that, I mean try things that you see that works. Don't try to do something new. Get something that worked first, then try something new. That's what I be on. Because you have a better chance. History has proven it over and over and over and over and over. That's the things that I'm trying to point out to you guys. This is how you're breeding. You know what I'm saying? And again, back in my time, we did breedings that created destroyers. Winners. That's what you're breeding for. In today's time, you got different qualities, but even now, you can see they are producing good, nice built dogs. They look like they will work great in the confirmation program. Because they make good, solid dogs. They really do make good, solid dogs. My thing is what's the purpose? You breed for the purpose. Whatever your purpose is, you breed for the purpose.
All right, everybody. I know we went a little bit over time because we at 1:20. Damn well. All right, fam. Y'all help me out here. I know this is Friday night. I know I still got 40-something in there. I know y'all got y'all hands on the dial. Give me some damn thumbs up, thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles. Now, give your damn self some roses. We need them damn roses.
God dang it, done thrown me. Come on, y'all.
Hey, man, big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank.
Thanks for the participation. It does make the job easier when everybody's participating. You know what I'm saying? Good conversation.
We definitely found us another Welcome All champion out there tonight. Yes, we did. Appreciate that, Mr. Burning Star.
And my man that called in, let me know, man. You know where he at? Huh? That it seemed like, you'd be a nice one to be breeding to, all you Welcome All fans. That's a very special dog right there.
Yes, sir.
Very special dog right there. If the question is, can he reproduce? See, when you look at his pedigree, there's only one problem that I see that brings concern to me, and that is there's no production behind him. Maybe he is the key. Where's the ROMs at?
Need a good female.
You gotta have a good female. If I was to take a female and cross with it, you know what I'm saying? She got a whole different direction. Where did she go? When I put Welcome on top of that, it'd be a whole lot of yellow. Whole lot of yellow. No, that would be a good one to think about. You gotta have, we definitely produced a good match dog. Now all we need now is some registered mirror stuff, some production. We run a little short on production for our ROMs. They got left way back there in the back. But I would love to be able to make a cross like that and be able to take it a breed like that. Maybe even try to breed it, follow the trend. Yeah, you got the damn champion. You got to be able to do something with him. It's just the right female to go with him is the key. I wouldn't pile no more Welcome All on it. I'll be trying to put some register and mirror stuff with that. That's what I would be trying to do. I would be trying to add some new flavor to that. Because it's got split ear on the top and the bottom, and you got crazy eyes on the top and the bottom. You know what I'm saying? Step outside the box. I'd be trying to find me some. Yeah, but it's just more Welcome All. Maybe shoot. If I had a Welcome All bitch, I'd be trying to breed the world. I would. But I'm taking automated stuff and we crossing it back into yellow dog, you know. And I would love to. I would be breeding my bitch at a year old. If she come in heat, trying to breed the raw, tighten up the Walker-Mall. Now I got some Walker-Mall with the right kind of Mayday, and I'm putting color back into it up in the front. I breed the yellow dog. I find me my man here. I would breed. She got a little May sister. Hella got a little May sister. I'd take her and breed her to him. If I could find him, I'd take this stuff right here and be breeding it to him. And take and taking Storm and breeding the yellow dog. You know what I'm saying? I'm taking both them Walker-Mall dogs and I'm crossing them. I'm gonna take the one sister and breed the yellow dog and take this one right here and breed the raw. My man that called in, man. Can you know where he at? We can do that.
El Fancier. El Fancier. Appreciate the love, fam.
Yeah, that would be real interesting. I would. I wouldn't be afraid to do it. I would breed my female right to him. Breed the other one, breed the sister over there, the yellow dog. You might be able to, you never know. Follow the trend. I'm definitely going to follow the trend. And this time we're going to have a few black dogs in there. But depending on what color raw is, that'd be okay. You could definitely see what he came down off of. That would be I would try it. My man that called in, give us a call. Mike, you got his number. He called it on your phone, didn't he? He on my phone? Huh? Oh, okay. Well, good. I'm going to be calling you, my man. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be calling you. The one who called me, it was on the wrong end of the stick. El Fancier? Yeah, man. We going to contact you. Maybe we can hunt him down. See if he's standing up some dogs, you know what I'm saying? You know, just breeding good breedings, you know what I'm saying? Maybe I'd be able to go out there and get on the treadmill and run the hell out of it, or run up a wall and win me some medals, or go in a confirmation show and do me a nice confirmation thing with these Walker-Mall dogs. You know what I'm saying? I just think it'd be a good move to do, you know. If I knew where he was, I would be calling him, talking about breeding to him.
No, he said Tombstone Bully. Oh, don't have them got Tombstone in them. Don't have them got Tombstone in them.
What you mean?
Go back further. Has that been a baby and shit on the bottom?
Oh, Tombstone. No, that's the Patrick dogs.
Hey, wait a minute. I see 45 people in here and I ain't got but 4 people putting up thumbs and muscles and roses. Hold on.
Come on now, y'all. What y'all doing? Come on now, y'all. Come on.
If 10 people were to put some muscles and roses and some thumbs up,
we'd be really
I would be satisfied.
I'd be satisfied with 10 people doing it. Just give me a line where I got to do a couple, hold it down there a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Can we get some of that? Can we get some of that? Try that again, y'all. Come on now. Come on. What, y'all didn't like the show? Y'all don't want to get no love? Huh? Y'all didn't, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Especially y'all that was participating. I need to see y'all name up there for sure.
I put up your pedigree, answered your questions, everything.
Got to put it to work.
I told y'all. Better show some love. Big shout out to RBT Lone Wolf, I see you, fam. Johnny Rocket, I see you, fam. Gwendolyn Loving, I see you, fam. Appreciate the love. For Lauderdale D, hanging out there in the back street. I know you out there, fam. I see you.
I see you. Yeah, whoever turned this one over to us, Wall. Hey, man. Hey, Amazon. My man to put up the Amazon. Burning Star. We got to holler, man. Let me see what's going on, man. We need a little bit more verification. That's all.
That'll be 3.
That'll be 3. Definitely got to be 3. And if you got any info, I'll be glad to, any info, it'd be appreciated. Guys be wanting to breed their dogs, and, I think it's a good thing when you can breed to good dogs. You know what I'm saying?
Big shout out to my man Robert Mack in the house showing the love. Appreciate that, fam. And welcome to the Shark Tank, Robert. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done so. I see all the 100s, everybody trying to show love. I know that got to be the back street, because they always gonna take the easy way out, hit the 100s. But the 100s don't appreciate that though. I love it. I gotta love it.
Hey, you know what's up, fellas?
Appreciate the 100s with the love. Come on now. I need 4 more people to give me some thumbs up, and I don't see no damn roses.
No roses?
Ain't no roses.
Oh, we didn't get no roses tonight, man? No, man. Okay.
But, again, gotta take it as we get it, man.
Yes, sir.
Let me get out of that, because I'm tired. I'm ready to go. Hold on. Let me get something started here.
Yeah, guys, y'all got the email address up there. For anybody got any information, we want to pass it down there, man. The email is right there. And going hard, Kennels Reloaded at gmail.com. It will be appreciated. I've seen 2 champions tonight. 1 unverifiable, but I'm gonna take it that we're gonna fix that. Running Star, I trust you, so I'm going with you, baby. So if you got any info or anything like that, man, it would be appreciated. Maybe he's not that old. Maybe he is already too old. Maybe he's something of the past. Same thing with Raw. Anybody got any information on Raw, man, share it with us, man. We'll reach out.
Sure enough, I still see you out there, fam. Much love, fam. Appreciate that. Let me get in here right quick.
Yes, sir.
Hey, fellas. Appreciate everybody for showing up on this.
Especially hanging out tonight.
I mean, we just hanging out because it's Friday and, we ain't got nothing to do in the morning. Had to work late tonight. That's why we kind of all dragged out and slow in it. But look, man, check this out. I remember how I started this conversation about the standards of these confirmation shows moving forward. I trust and believe this. As a businessman, you seen what the ADBA does. You see they have already put in stone their standards. Now, as I told you guys earlier, how I felt about the ADBA and their biased way of how they've handled things. And remember, they didn't just start these ADBA shows. They've been around for quite some time, even back in our day. And this is how we felt about, and not just us, other people. We have show cards from the ADBA. So it's not like I'm not, to have anything against them. But you didn't have many of us who had any reason to want to be in the shows, even though some of us wanted to, but because of the bias that we were feeling about it, it just wasn't a place for us. But with times changing, things should change. You would hope things will get better. And again, always going to be boiled down to the judges. And that's where the flaw been and always will be. Because it's like someone said earlier, that, the judging is going to always be in the eyes of the beholder. And to me, if you got it all in the rules, everything's right there in the lineup, and you feel pretty confident about what you got, and you take that and you put your own points to it, add up your own score based on what you see for yourself, and then while you're at a show, you want to be critiqued by the judges so you know what you need to do that's going to make you better. And I think anybody moving forward just trying to do these shows, and move this game forward, set a standard. I mean, ADBA is basically giving you the rule books. Like we use the Cajun rules as how we follow. At least they giving you a certain standards and even giving you information to help you get to those standards. So, not knocking what you're doing and how you're doing it. I just think it should be fair all the way across the board. Because they say rules are meant to be broken. Well, I ain't believe that, because if you happen to be on the other side of the box and that referee counted to 10 and you didn't make it there by 10, but you got there by 11, I wouldn't care. I'm not changing the rules to fit that. You didn't make it by 10, this thing is over. Because it's part of the rules. Hold them true to the rules. Understand how you're being judged. Question how you're being judged, so you're not just wasting your time and your effort and your money on just a bunch of, bullshit. These things are important when you're trying to move forward. And that's why I say, as a businessman, there is already a format set. Bring it into whatever you're trying to do. Even if you're putting shows together and you guys want to get together and create your own confirmation stuff, bring them rules together, set a standard where people will understand and know this is how you're going to be judging, and stick by what you create. Things will get better. You're going to have people looking at you and all crazy because your dog is standing there nonchalant. Because that's not part of the situation. I mean, even the ADBA says paying attention. I mean, you know when these bulldogs is right when they paying attention what that tail look like. You know what them ears look like. They don't have to act all crazy. That's the thing I'm trying to say. Judge them fairly, put everybody on the same playing field, and as long as you got the judging, how they judge and the scoring right there, work your hand from there. Now, as far as these destroyers, what we were trying to do is show you, not just because of our breeding program and our proteges and other people who had our dogs. For us, the same thing our dogs did in our hands, they were able to do in other people's hands. That's first and foremost. But before they left our yard and how they got on our yard, our standards was we wasn't dealing with nothing but destroyers. So a lot of them dogs that got away, they were still able to get out there and produce for everybody else, y'all. So keep that part in mind. The destroying part, it never really stopped because it was just part of the breeding program. So when you're trying to create something over and over and over and not lose nothing, don't try to recreate anything, because it's not too much that hasn't been done when it comes to breeding these dogs and the type of dogs, right? You know what I'm saying? It's not like it's not been done before. But then that's what we've been trying to tell you. We're not trying to reinvent anything. We're just trying to do what we know that works and what we've seen work and feel confident, because your success is always going to be shown in your work. Just keeping it just like that. So, outside of getting that out of the way and understanding, in the direction that you didn't find many bloodlines that could create destroyers on a consistent basis, and how hard that was to do. Now, we just went over some of ours, but there's many, like I said, Triple M was able to do it. I think, that they had years of doing it. you know, from all the way back to Pop the Masons, and constant years of that. So that's just another one of them things we picked up from them. Keep doing what Pop did. They kept doing what Pop did. So we're going to keep doing, it worked over there, it's working over here, we're going to keep doing with them. But how far can our run be? Well, that determines how much work you're going to put in. Whether it be running up a wall, running the treadmill, or showing off the bodies. Put your work in and let your work speak for itself. Before this boy sit here and fall asleep on me, because at any given time he will. Yeah, I got you. I know you can't hear me. But we're going to get on up out of here. I need y'all to help me out, because one thing that you're going to remember about doing whatever you're doing, regardless of how many times you fall, get up and remember to always.
Remember this, you got to always.
For real. I mean, always grasp the wind.
Fellas.
Keep your head up, be strong. Keep doing it until you get it done. Our dog of the night is going to be, get him on here the right way. We are going with, wait, keep going on with that, dog.
Bam!
We're going with Champion Mechanic Kennels Raw. A walk 'em all dog, y'all. It is a champion that is not Champion Walk 'em All's Raw. That is Champion Mechanic Kennels Raw. And look there, fellas. That is all damn near a complete walk 'em all dog. You gotta respect that.
Gotta respect.
There's a lot of walk 'em all dogs out there. But hey, I know of two so far that can say this right here. Tonight we're going to represent one, Champion Mechanic Kennel. Y'all enjoy your weekend, stay safe, and we will see you Tuesday.